Hi. It's okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah, go ahead. Anybody else have tickets? She's getting them back there. All right, that's good. She's doing a great job. All right. Yes. A couple more minutes. Okay. Yep. So we got about 2 minutes. I'm going to give you time, and then I'm gonna turn the lights off because I'm a little more comfortable talking about what's on screen when it's dark and heavy. I'm not picky. Here you go. Thank you. You're welcome. Did everybody get a sticker for your session? Okay. All right. I think I'm ready. So if you go to the EduTech 2015 course, you should all have access to this. It's under the first session. This starts at 10:15. It's interactive, so you will want to follow along. But I mean, we're going to go pretty quickly, so there's a lot of information to cover, and you can just sit back and watch. That's okay too. So if you go, that's okay. So here, if you're, this is the open course here. So you can put this in for the URL. You can't read that? I'm so excited, you guys are ready to go. All right. So it's the my.phsc.edu/courses/1215359. I don't know. I know that they advertised it, that Anna sent out emails and stuff with the links in it, but this is probably the fastest way. Give them a minute. You see the board? Yeah, I'm still loading. Yeah, I think we're not. Is there any left? Let's go. There. What about buddying up? Do you have a friend? Is there somebody who wants to be your friend? We have another. Okay. Yeah, we have a chair here. So. Great. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. Well, somebody can come sit up front and take the focus off of me for a minute. All right, you ready? No. All right. What can I use this thing to bring everybody to my page? Okay, and then what? Demonstrate here. Oh. Okay. And then demonstrate. I don't want to full screen? Oh, you do? Okay. And then continue. Is everybody? Okay, good. Yay, we made it. So that's the first part of the adventure. All right, if you want to hit the lights for me so they can see all the beautiful graphics in this presentation. All right. So hello, players, and welcome to my session, Game On. This is going to be your adventure in learning about gamification. So there's going to be some interactivity that I think you're going to really enjoy. Yeah.
You can't do it that way if you want us to do anything. If you
Oh.
want us to watch, then when you
So how do I take that off?
just go back
Okay.
and go over and stop showing. Over in the top left show.
Where is
There
it?
should be one that says stop showing. Stop showing teacher screen.
There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. So if you guys are you on the page? We don't have there's not a lot of time for this. Okay. All right. So you know what? You guys all have access to faculty resources? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to do this. I don't want to, but I have to.
We're in it.
You're in?
Yeah.
How'd you get there?
Type the address.
Okay. So all right. So do we have a majority of everybody in? All right. Okay. All right, so okay, we'll just get started, and then you can kind of, if you can type in the URL, you can kind of join us. There are a couple of things that I need to go over before we get to the good stuff, and as my game master, it is my duty to guide you through this experience to make sure that you walk away with more knowledge and skills than what you walked in with, and get you creatively inspired to do absolutely everything. Before we get to the actual gameplay, here's what you need to know. So this is a gamified course on gamification. Okay, so you've braved the forests of board courses, trekked the scorched pavements of Lot 9, and scaled the mountains of S to make it here to the world of Game On. In this world, you'll experience what it means to be gamified and make choices that will change the way that you look at learning forever. It's really ominous, right? Locations on the map is a module that will help you navigate the civilized places to do your business. Not that kind of business. There aren't monsters or quests to be had here, but there are some interactive elements. So there's the merchant shop. And throughout the course, you'll have opportunities to gain points and as the students, and you'll come to the merchant shop to redeem those points for perks. So if you wanted to implement this into your course, I tried to make these relevant to courses. So for example, if you are super studious and adventurous and you find everything in the course, you can get Val's Leering Steel, which is a reference for Game of Thrones, and it's a one-of-a-kind sword that is good for use in every battle, which is a quiz, for a substantial boost in score, which is 5 points. So students would redeem this, use the item before the battle. I'll show you. So students who want to redeem this, they'll post here, but redeeming the points doesn't affect their spot on the leaderboard. So like if they use 5 points for something, it doesn't make them drop on the leaderboard 5 points. So there's also what I've been calling the leaderboard, the Wall of Heroes. And you'll see that Maya has gained 20 points in this course since I started creating it 2 months ago. And she is currently #1. It was amazing to see grown women that I love so much and respect to get really, really excited about my graphics and this course about gamification, which I'll talk a little bit about that too later. And then egg bounties. So what I've done is throughout the course, there are terms and things that you can click to gain more knowledge. And then I've hidden Easter eggs in the course. So when they find them, you click them, save them. And then there is a course basket to drop your eggs and get your points. So you can see here that the test student is terrible. Oh, this is a new one. Never mind. I had to transfer the course over this morning, so I lost all the student stuff. But I'll show you, I'll find you one later so you can see what it looks like. All right, so that's what you need to know about the locations on the map. And then each of the quests, which are your modules, contain these different elements. So there's knowledge, which is everything that you want to teach the students. Tavern talk, which are your discussion boards. Ye Olde Sentence collection, which we'll be using shortly. And the boss battle, which is the final, which is the quiz. So a lot of you who have developed master courses for us know that we do recommend these kind of like, you know, play nice rules to put into your course. And so I have gamified those rules. They're all the same, but just kind of changed to meet like this gamified course structure. Yeah, cats don't respond well to rules. But we're not cats, so we can follow the rules. So I am your game master. I'm your GM. My name is Brianna. I'm 29 years old. I love games. I've been playing games since I was 6, since I was in preschool. So 23 years now. And I guess if that might make me an expert, right? 23 years, it's not too bad. I love all types of games, board games, video games. And we are representing, my husband and I, Mel's here to help me. We're representing Borderlands today with our shirts as our favorite games. And if you want to follow me on Twitter and Instagram, these are my handles. I post a lot of my art stuff, so you can kind of see what I'm working on in progress while I'm at home. And then if you want to game with me, this is my gamer tag on Xbox Live. So here would be an opportunity, and we don't have a lot of time for everybody to kind of like type everything in right now, but I welcome all, this is an open course. So, and there's 3 total quests. We're only gonna get to do maybe, you know, most of 1 today. So I invite all of you to come back and, you know, use this board to introduce yourself, talk about your favorite games, share your Twitter, share your Instagram, and let's connect.
Oh, you have to log in.
Okay, so this is the part, the Ye Olde Census collection, and this is the important part. So what is your level with gamification? Are you a beginner? Have you just heard about this? Have you never heard about it? Are you intermediate? Have you kind of started playing with game elements and game mechanics? Or are you an expert? You know what game mechanics are, you know what game elements are, you know what game thinking is. And you should be, let's see, are you on this page?
Okay, yeah.
Modules and then hero oriented. Modules on the left.
Yeah, I think you can get from it directly from this here. So this link here. Yes, you will get that error because you are not allowed to see that yet. So while everybody is entering in their information, those results will come up live. And we'll see that we have some intermediates. We have a lot of beginners. We have an expert? Who's an expert? You're an expert? Nice. Let's talk games sometime. I had this whole script here and I'm not even going to use it. Okay, so it looks like we have 23 beginners. Those are obviously our majority. So we're going to go with quest. Well, as your game maker, I will request or recommend that we do quest 1 based on difficulty. There are 3 quests. So it's really all up to you. You want to do number 1? One. I could have done another poll for this, I guess, but we'll do number 1. All right. I went through this already. Let's go back. Okay, so quest number 1 is discovering gamification. So gamification is the process of applying game mechanics, game elements, and game thinking to non-game situations. So overall, gamification is a design sensibility. You're not necessarily building learning games, but you're adding, you're taking elements that are normally found in games and applying them to your courses. So these include friendly competitions, points, avatars, levels, leaderboards, like I showed you earlier, risk, chance, like finding the Easter eggs, aesthetics, rules, clear objectives, and goals. So not every course has all of these things, and I'm gonna read this because it was kind of important. Good gamification is not about taking all of these elements and mixing them up and just kind of like throwing them at your courses. It's about using them masterfully to enhance your courses. Just like, you know, like guacamole, right? Like it's really good, but if you just ate, well, maybe that's not a good example. What's a salt, I guess, like salt, right? A little bit of salt is good. And then like if you eat a bowl of salt, it's like, that's pretty gross. So that's kind of what you end up with if you just start throwing a bunch of gamification stuff and you don't really know how to use it and you don't really know why you're using it. Neither do your students. So a game is not the same thing as gamification. So a game is a system in which players engage in an abstract challenge defined by rules, interactivity, and feedback that results in a quantifiable outcome or objective, often eliciting emotional reaction. This reminds me a lot of my psychology papers where you're just like, oh, no. But what it really means is that you have rules and you play. And, you know, you have a winner, you have a loser, you play by these rules, everybody agrees on these rules, and then through the process, you win or lose. So there's one thing too I want to stress is that if you want to add gamification to your courses, it is absolutely vital that games and gamification are voluntary. Students should be able to either participate or not. They can have the classic classroom experience if that's what they want. But if they're going to be, you know, I would say that you're probably going to find that most students will want to participate, but they should still have that option. So Dr. Jarrell, he completely restructured his course. And there's two types of gamification. Content gamification, where you're taking a storyline, kind of like what I did with this course, and you're kind of putting them in this fantasy land of like make-believe. So that's what he did with his course. And I'll show you a little bit of an example here. So we'll see if we can hear it. No, you can't hear it.
When I first became aware of this, my college, Mass College of Liberal, was in the middle of a transition away from our.
All right. Well, you can watch on your own too. It sounds a little bit better from your own personal computers. But so what he did was he took this webcomic, Dungeons and Discourse, which is based on the role-playing game Dungeons and Dragons. So he had students roll dice. He had them create characters, and they played along to save this imaginary land called Sophos. And he got the artist's permission to do this. So he said, you know, I'm really interested in doing this course. The artist said, awesome, good job, go. And he did it over a winter break. So he said he wouldn't recommend that, but he did it. Another really good example of content gamification is the app Zombies Run.
Keep going. Collected a bottle of water, a radio, and a box of batteries. 2.4 kilometers, 17 minutes. Zombies attacked a nearby farmhouse. The survivors are on the roof. We can't just leave them there to die. Five kilometers, 29 minutes.
So this is pretty cool. It really immerses you as a runner, as an exerciser. It makes it a little less tedious. I'm sorry. I don't love running, but you love running, and that's okay. That's great. But this is really awesome. You collect items as you run. I mean, obviously you don't see them. Maybe in the future with the Google glasses and that sort of thing you will. But it shows up on your phone as you're running. So it does still track your mileage, you know, like the Nike Plus and everything. But they've taken it one step further and they've created this storyline where you're saving survivors. The one that I did, there was like a helicopter crash in the distance, like with a cell tower and all this stuff. And there literally is a cell tower in my neighborhood that's like right that I was running towards. So that was really cool. So, you know, it just kind of gives the learners an opportunity to kind of like escapism, the fantasy of it. The content gamification is not easy. It takes a lot of creativity and it takes rethinking, you know, just pretty much everything about your content. A little bit easier is the structural gamification. So these are your PBLs, your points, leaderboards, badges, points, badges, leaderboards. Your levels, these are things that you can incorporate into your course, but don't necessarily take over the course and kind of envelop it in a storyline. So Nike Plus is a really good example of this. I don't know, how many of you use Nike Plus? Really? Oh, okay. So you can see here that there's badges, that you get your progress, that the feedback is instant. And even what's great about this is that Nikki Watson in our department uses Nike Plus, and she takes it on her runs with her, and I think you just heard a little bit of a cheer, but she posted on her Facebook page that she's currently running, and you have the opportunity to like the status to offer her cheers and yays and everything. So while she's running, she just, yeah. And I did it, obviously. And so she said along the way, you can see where you get the runs and cheers. And she says, it's really motivating that all of a sudden, you know, that people are really excited for you, that you're doing this. So that immediate positive feedback is really powerful. So I want to ask you, having seen this, and you can compete with your friends too. So they have a competition. I've run so many miles more than you. You know, I'm more active than you are. And, you know, that's something to be careful of with leaderboards, because if you have an entire class that's on a leaderboard and you have like 30 people, the person that's kind of like in the middle is going to see like the top person and they're going to be like, oh, what is even the point of that? And, you know, it can be discouraging. So a good way to overcome this is by having the student or the person seeing only the person who's better than them, the one person, and then the person below them. So it's not, I have to beat all like 15 other people to get to the top. It's, I only have to be better than this person. So, which is a much more achievable goal, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So are you saying that most of these are done on an individual basis rather than on when you're looking at these apps, they're done individually versus throughout for the whole class?
You are still self-reporting. You can definitely do it for the entire class, and that's another thing too, is that doing this by teams is also, when I was doing research, is extremely powerful, because people who might not have been otherwise motivated as an individual, now you're a part of a team that matters and makes a difference. And where a lot of people don't want to work in groups, when you call it something else, when you call it a team, when you have these different individual pieces, you're just changing the view of the student. You know, you're changing the way that they approach the learning and, you know, making it more powerful. So what is so genius about Nike's fitness gamification? What does Nike sell? That's it, right? That's all they sell. They sell fitness apparel and shoes. So by tracking,
And they have you like, what shoe were you wearing when you ran?
what shoe are you wearing? So they know with their customers what shoes they're wearing, what shoes they're buying. So you're immersed in this. Well, you maybe in the future. So the people playing this are immersed in this as a game element, but they are self-reporting what they're buying, how they're using it, and Nike can now predict when they're going to need new shoes. That is genius. So I want to keep this super positive. You know, but this is what games are not. There's no real definition for this. It's just a bunch of knots. You know, it's not forced. They're not simulations. So those things where, you know, like flying simulations are really popular. Those are different. You know, they're not bound by technology. Hide and seek doesn't have anything to do with computers or technology. And you don't need a ball or a puck or a tool to play that either. Okay, so now that we know, gamification includes games, simulation, and making people play to learn. True or false? I like the true is going down. Oh no! We'll wait till we get to about 20 and then we'll, yeah, there we go. Okay, so what about this statement is true or false?
Making.
They're not simulations. They're not forced. And you don't, well, I won't say you don't have to play to learn because I want to show you something later that I think you're really going to like. All right, so we got to the boss battle. So now we know all of these things about gamification. So you've encountered the Gamefly. He's a level 2 Quizler species. And like his great aunt, the Sphinx, he loves trivia. So the only way to defeat him is to answer his questions and get a score of 4 out of 5. So next, this is where you would submit any of your items that you bought with your points. So like if you had, I think the one potion's worth 1, you can use it once and you get 1 extra point. If you're like coming into this and you're like, I don't know how I feel about it this week, you know, and you might get a 3. If you use that potion that you've redeemed points for, you would get a 4 out of 5 and be able to go on to the next level. Okay, are we ready? All right. So we'll take this together just on this screen. I'll pick what we want to choose. Which of the following is an example of game mechanics? So banding together to achieve a higher score, driving a car online, requiring users to participate, or throwing a ball at something.
Where's that at?
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll do this here.
Oh.
Sorry.
You were clicking through going.
No, we're gonna do this one as a team. So which of the following is an example of game mechanics? Oh my God, that's so small. Is that better? All right, let's do it this way. Which of the following is an example of game mechanics? Yes, banding together to achieve a higher score, because remember, driving a car is a simulation. Requiring users to participate is not a game. And throwing a ball at something, you don't need a ball to have a game. Okay, so question 2, games and gamification might as well be the same thing. Yay! So pair the definition with the concept or else. So concept, oh my gosh, you can't see it. All right. Well, all right. Well, we'll just guess with this one. You guys can come back and make it awesome and get all the answers right. Okay. Games are not bound by technology and they do not require a set of equipment.
True.
Yay. We already did this one, but gamification includes, I still have no idea. Okay, so how did we do? We got 5 out of 5. That's awesome. Great job, everybody. So let's see what let's go back to. So after every boss battle, you get something awesome, right? You get the loot. And congratulations, heroes. You have leveled up to level 2. The Gamefly will never again drive lesser men and women to madness with his seemingly endless series of questions. As a reward, you have earned the amount of points you scored against him, so 5 out of 5. Great job, but keep going. There are more monsters to defeat. So this is where you all, after this session, would go out into the world, go to this quest, user types, and learn about who are they and what do they want, and how to motivate your different types of users. I'm also developing another one called the Ultimate Gamification Toolkit. You will not see this yet, but it gives you all of the game mechanics and game elements. It's a little bit more advanced. That would have been the expert level if we had done that. So we have our awesome finale, which I'm really excited about this. Let me get there. Okay, so there's just one more thing I want to show you before we leave, or before we get into questions and everything, just to drive a point home. While it's hard to imagine that loading chests or fighting off malicious animatronics results in learning, all you have to do is ask someone about their favorite game to see that the memory and knowledge retention involved does result in some really impressive demonstrations of information learned. So we might not always think that when kids are playing Minecraft that they're learning anything, but all you have to do is ask them, can you tell me how to play? And this is a series of interviews that I did with the tech club at my little brother's school. They're grades 6 through 8. And I'm going to skip to Austin's. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a preface and say that this is Austin. They're all so cute, and they were all so willing to talk to me. It was so great. So I asked them a bunch of icebreaker questions like, what is your name and what is your favorite game? And then I asked them the 2 ones that mattered. Can you tell me how to play? This is the first one. So Austin, I really wish I had the camera on him, on his hands while he's demonstrating this, but you can kind of see it in the video. He's talking about playing Super Smash Brothers, and he has his hands here, and he is pressing the buttons as he's telling me how to play. He can tell me and some of the other people, they told me how to play games that I have never heard of, and I went afterwards, found those games, and with their explanations, knew exactly how to play. So I'll show you his. So when you're trying to teach your students, how often are you trying to get them to relay information to you that you've taught to them, right? That's like the whole point. That's everything. So they were able to do this, and I have them all cut. It's like about 4 minutes. They were all able to sit there and tell me exactly how to play without any kind of prompts, without any kind of resources, without any kind of refresher. I walked in after an entire day of classes and asked them this question, and just with that simple question, they were able to sit there and tell me exactly, literally, how to play the game. So they have learned. It's just what kind of value that learning has to us and how we view that learning. But you can still capture that powerful motivation in your instruction. So this is the other one I think is really powerful because the question starts off with, were you any good when you started playing? Because a lot of our students come in and they can get frustrated. I've been frustrated, that's okay. But it's overcoming that frustration. It's still having the motivation to continue going. So I said if you weren't good, and most of them admitted that they weren't any good. There was one that was like, no, I've always been good. So, you know, good for him. But so I said, if you weren't any good, why did you continue playing? Because really what we see as learners is that people will give up. And we don't want to see that. So I'm going to go a little bit personal here. We're going to go with my little brother's answer. And there's some really good ones. One of the girls, Dottie, she didn't choose a video game. She chose Monopoly. But she talks about you have to think about your actions beforehand. And that's in this video. But I won't show it because we're having a problem with the audio. But she talks about consequences. And she's like 13. Like, her brain should not be able, like, technically not even developed to process consequences. So just the fact that she says that, I think, is really impressive. And then, all right, let's go with Xander's. So I asked him, I said, why do you keep playing? And he's honest. It doesn't have to be, as long as it's not rage inducing. So he said it's okay to lose. You don't always have to win. But as long as it's not rage inducing, which is like throw the controller down. He's a liar though. He gets upset and then he'll come back and play. So don't even, that's a, 11-year-old perspective. So there was another one, Sean, and he talks about, I want to be better. So if we could capture that for our students, that it's okay to lose. Like, we're not, failure does not mean failure. Does not mean, and that's the one I'm trying to get at with gamification, is using it in addition to your curriculum. Not saying putting aside all of those objectives that we have to meet for SACs, right? But in addition to having these elements that prompt and engage and inspire our learners to continue on, even if they didn't do so great the first time. So I have some resources here, and I won't go over them because I actually think I went a little bit, but everything is in this course. If you want to go through it and play, I'm going to continue developing it. The Canvas Commons, my stuff will be up there. So one last thing, I know that motivation for students can really be a struggle, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. There is such a thing as good frustration, the kind that we can overcome to become a better version of ourselves, and a better version of ourselves than we were yesterday. And this is how we level up. So thank you very much. The drawing! I forgot the drawing. Everybody's sitting here listening to me, but I thought you were engaged. These are games, the badges are already in. Here you go.
I want a brand new car.
All right. All right, since Mel's the guest of the day, we're gonna have Mel pick.
Wait, Mel.
He's good luck for. He's really good luck. Oh wait, I forgot to put Oh, that's it. It doesn't matter. We're just drawing and then starting to get the right? I want to zoom out. Okay, close your eyes. Who is that? Mary Mason. Yay!
Congratulations, Mary.
Where'd she go? Oh, there you are. Thank you.
I'm next. So,
Are you?
so let's shut down this right here while we switch over. If that's
We
okay.
we started a little bit late because everybody got.
Thank you. June 9th, I've been emailing you about
Yeah.
videos,
Okay.
so that'll be
That's
good.
awesome. That you,
Yeah, I know.
we didn't plan that. That wasn't
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get one of my little
Oh my
tickets here.
gosh. Okay, let me get out of here. Log out. Okay, so we have the Google Hangouts still going. You can't see anything until you share, so I'll help you when you get situated.
Okay, what I need to do is I need to get into Canvas.
Okay.
Can I shut it? Can I close this or
So
do I
here,
minimize
I'll show
it?
you. I'll show you. I'll get you there. Actually, I was just there. I could have left it open after I signed out, but let's see.
Because I put everything out there.
All right, there you go. When's ours?
Choose something. You want to sit together at lunch so we can chit chat?
Yeah.
I would love to. I would love to. Okay, we think we're the same room that we were in this morning.
Lunches. Yes.
Okay. Yes. I'll meet in there and choose the color.
That's very good, yeah, yeah.
I'll see you later.
I'm gonna grab this chair. too.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so tall, I sit when I'm up here.
Normally I do too because I feel like my legs are gonna give out. I'm like, oh my god. Okay, so let me make sure I don't have. Okay, I don't. So I'm gonna be in here with you to help you as well.
Okay. I think it's gonna work okay.
Oh, I didn't run that much over. Okay, awesome.
Now, do they, if they go to that link, they have it, right?
This link here, the open course.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna show them where it is right in here.
Mhm. Are you signed in and everything? Can I turn the display back on?
Yes.
Are any of you guys tweeting?
I did.
You did?
I didn't tweet on Facebook.
That's okay.
You
That's
want to see it?
Yeah.
Let's see how many likes I got.
Did you do the hashtag EduTech?
I sure did.
Are they done these out, take and start over?
Can I move this mic? Or is it gonna mess things up if I move it? Brianna,
Did you tweet?
can I move this or will it mess things? Can I just set it down here?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because it's recording me, right?
Yes, it is.
Only one
So no bad
person.
words. I'm gonna like it.
Yeah, my personal page.
You might write that on the other side too. Since there's two sides of the-
Yeah, you did.
Because well, I just have one more that I lost. Because in the last
You got a marker for me?
if you guessed it right, you got the two that you guessed right.
So Mary, when we get to the
And then when I checked in.
to the end, when we get to 5 minutes left, I'll give you the hand for 5 minutes, and then with 3 minutes, I'll give you 3, and then I'll.
Like everywhere I go.
Okay.
Good job. Good energy this morning. Yeah, I was in and out. I had to make a phone call. I had to make emails, so, but I was in for yes, so.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, they have wanted to do a game for training student leaders for like 10 years.
Yeah, and he should.
I agree with that. Now that it's me, it's him. That's a lot of work.
But you, oh, I forgot to tell everybody that. All the graphics that were in that game, I made in PowerPoint. So I didn't use Illustrator or anything. You know?
Alright.
So that's something I forgot to say. But I'll have Anna put it in the follow-up.
Time to be official.
I know. But that wasn't that bad. I got everything
I
else.
think between John and I, we can figure it out.
Brianna.
How long did it put one in?
Yeah.
This course? But you guys, here's the thing, you guys already know everything, so with all the research that I did, about 2 months.
Okay. Alright, so we could have it.
While still doing my other job.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so are we ready?
We are, yes.
Morning.
So everybody has a sticker. I'm Mary Slaughter. I'm going to do Google Docs this morning. And just to show you where we are, I don't have the presentation up here right this minute because I wanted to show you how I get into the Google Drive. So you're going to watch me get into my Google Drive. The way you do this is you type in www.google.com/drive, and then I have to go to my drive, and actually, as somebody else is in here on that particular drive, I need to log in, go to Google Drive. I need to log this out, okay?
Can you do it in Firefox? Because this is the one that's running the Hangout, the live stream.
So each course is different,
Oh,
has a different URL?
This is where all of the resources for EduTech are.
And so what's this
okay. The thing is that then I'll alter what I was going to do. Okay. I was going to show you how I log into my Google Drive, but I actually have everything on the Canvas course. If you log into the Canvas course, just to show you where it is, everything I'm going to show you is up here. So if you get to my page, which the way you get here is you go to the modules. Well, you go to home. I'm sorry. You go home, and then you go to 1055. And then you go down to Google Docs to the Rescue with Mary Slaughter. And when I open that up, the reason I'm showing you this is because there's some files out there that when we get to a certain part in the presentation, I'm going to have you actually filling in some things in Google Docs so you can see how it works. But in this zipped folder, if you click on the zip folder and then you click open when done, it comes to a screen that looks like this. And then I'm going to open that folder. And what I'm opening is I'm opening this presentation. I'm going to run the presentation. I hope you're going to be able to hear it because I saw that this was, the sound seemed a little bit low on it. Is that right? We're having an issue. Okay, I can move it up right here. So anyway, I'll go, well, get this folder. And I'm going to go to the presentation.
Welcome to Google Docs to the Rescue. I'm Mary Slaughter, Professor of Office Administration here at Pasco Fernando State College. And today I'm going to talk to you about using Google Docs as a collaborative tool in your classroom. First, you have to have a Gmail address. You have to have a Gmail address in order to create an account in Google Drive, because Google Docs, you're actually using Google Drive. You get 15 gigabytes of free storage in Google Drive, and it's out there in the cloud. When you store your documents on Google Drive, you can see your stuff anywhere. It can be on your mobile device, it can be on your laptop, it can be on your tablet, on your computer at the college. It can be, you can just see it anywhere. Here's a short how-to video on using Google Drive and Docs, sharing and collaborating.
Drive is an excellent tool for collaborating on Google Docs, projects, and other files. Because everything is stored in the cloud, there's no need to email files back and forth. Instead, you can work on the exact same document with anyone you want. All the other person needs is a Google account of their own. To get started, select the file you want to share using the checkbox on the left. Then click the Share button. Here you have several different options. First, I'm going to show you how to share your file one-on-one with people you know. All you have to do is look for the box that says Add People, then start typing the addresses of the people you want to share with. Next, click the drop-down arrow to the right to control whether they can edit, comment on, or just view the file. Remember, only files in Google Docs format can be edited online by different people. I'm happy with this option, so I'm going to go ahead and click Add Message, then type a note to my friends. By default, the people you share with have the ability to change the permissions on the file. That means they can invite new people to view or even collaborate on it. If that's something you'd rather avoid, click the Change link at the bottom of the window, then choose the option that says only the owner can change the permissions. When you're happy with your settings, go ahead and click Share and Save. And your friends will be added to the list of people who have access. Another way to share files in Drive is to provide a link, one that anyone can use to access the file, even if they don't have a Google account. This can be especially useful for files that are too large to send as an email attachment, like a video or a photo album. To share a link, start by following the same steps as before. This time, however, we're going to click Change next to the first item on the list. Here you can change your visibility options. Just click anyone with the link, then the Save button to continue. The original dialog box will reappear with a link that you can share on social media sites or just copy and paste. Now you can send this link in an email, for example, or post it on your blog. It's important to use good judgment with this method, though. Even if you share the link with only a few people, there's a chance anyone could find it online. So just to be safe, never use a link to share anything personal, sensitive, or private. I have one more tip when it comes to sharing files in Google Drive. It has to do with files that other people share with you. You'll always find them in the folder called Shared with Me. However, you could lose access to these files at any time if the owner of the file decides to unshare it with you. If you have a shared file that you want to keep permanently, not to worry, there's a solution. All you have to do is drag and drop it to the link that says My Drive. You could also drag and drop it to one of your folders. Now the file is saved to your drive. You'll always have access to it even if the owner decides to unshare it. So how does sharing work? Let's take a look at some of the things you can do in Google Docs. You can work on a document with more than one person at a time. This feature is great for work, school, even planning a potluck dinner, like in this example. Drive will let you know who else is working on the file with you, so there's no need to pass revisions back and forth. You can also leave comments, for example, to give someone feedback, ask a question, or start a dialogue. To add a comment, just select the text you want to comment on, then right-click and choose Comment. Your comment will appear on the right. This is also where you'll see comments from other people. So, now that you know how it works, what do you want to share in Google Drive? Maybe a spreadsheet? A presentation? There's so much you can do when you start collaborating, so make sure you give it a try.
So you've learned that you can share files and folders using Google Drive, and you've learned that you have 15 gigabytes of free storage. You can see your stuff anywhere. You can work smarter with all the apps, including the spreadsheets and presentation software. However, like I say, I'm only focusing on the Google Docs. Now, if you want to take your drive to work, meaning, do you need more space than 15 gigabytes? You can store everything securely, and it's available everywhere for just $10 a month. That is unlimited storage. I just use a free account. So we say we can do more with Google. Now, what I'm going to do is show you a video of a classroom. This is grades 9 through 12. And it shows what a teacher is doing with her classroom using Google Docs.
And this is similar to what I do, which I'll be telling you about later. We're getting these students.
One way that I like to foster collaborative group work is by using the collaborative writing function of a Google Doc. You have the computers here. I'm going to ask you to compose this on Google Docs. A Google Doc is an online document in which all of the authors can share access to that document so they can write simultaneously. And you want to share it with me and the people on your team so that if you don't finish in class, what are you doing tonight? Right? One of the standards in the Common Core is to use technology, including the internet, in order to foster collaboration.
It starts with me saying, good mistress, I desire better acquaintance.
And it is a standard because we know that our students are going to have to be able to manage these skills in productive ways, and they're going to have to learn some of the etiquettes.
What if we all rushed down to some stuff and then went around and shared it?
Anyone who has ever endeavored to write collaboratively knows how difficult this really is.
When you say, it should be those conversations from human viola.
Right, and the reason it's so tough is because writing is so personal. And we all have a very idiosyncratic process. I actually think that Google Docs supports a recursive, healthy writing process because you have the ability to draft and to change whenever you're ready to.
This is a good point to start because it kind of goes to abstract concepts.
As a teacher who wants to give feedback, I can use the comment editor feature. I can leave comments for students. They can make those changes right away. And it actually takes out a lot of the maneuvering of the documents and of the papers. So one thing you could do here is if you wanted to, you could just make Viola one color font. It's also really useful, as soon as they share it with me, I also get to be an observer of their process. So I can see which students are contributing, and I have a greater insight into the actual writing process.
That's good.
And one of the best parts is that Google Docs are free.
And here's another video, and they're not using the computer, but it shows an application that I think would be great if they were using Google Docs to do it, and that is small group writing.
I do this with my
Something
online
that can
classes.
really be done in an online class.
And you don't see this whole video.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Rosenzweig, and I'm a 9th and 10th grade English teacher at Bronxville High School. And my lesson idea is something that I call small group writing. All right, we have not done any writing yet about Of Mice and Men, and that's been on purpose because I was sort of saving it up for today. Small group writing assignment is when kids work in either groups of 3, or sometimes I put 2 kids together to create a piece of writing that is persuasive and proves a point. In your group, write a response to the following questions. What ultimately is the message of Mice and Men? What essential truth does Steinbeck want to convey about the human experience through this work? Once they get the question, to me, maybe the most important part is that discussion of what are we going to prove? Right? Because any persuasive piece of writing, that's what the writer is thinking about. Well, what ultimately do I want my reader to take away from this?
I think it was like if he had to die, though, because I don't think.
If he was still alive, Curly would kill him.
Yeah,
Better.
and so I think even though killing him was sad, I feel like it was actually the right thing to do on George's part because he let him die happy.
It works best when you have that moment, for example, at the end of a novel. Okay, so what does this mean? What is this author trying to tell us? That they could actually have a real opinion about it, and it's organic. It's not something that they're being forced. They actually really care about it. I think that's the success of it more than maybe the product, because it is hard to write in a group. To me, the whole thing is the discussion that they have about what they're going to say and then how they're going to say it.
So we've seen an example of how the people can write in groups and how Google Docs can be used. Now, let's try it.
Okay. If you are logged in to Canvas and to the course, you can actually get out to, because I want us to do something now, an exercise. There's 5 files here. There's one that says exercise. And if you open that file up, it's a Word document. And I have 2 links in that Word document. And one is a participation form, and one is a collaborative project that we're all going to do. So if you can just type, and this is part of the way I do this in my business communications class. What I do there is I put people in teams, and when I start the semester and I say, okay, we're going to do teamwork, the students kind of freak out a little bit. I get comments from them, oh, somebody's not going to do their work, and they don't want group work and all of this stuff. And what happened this past semester is I put them in teams. I said, you absolutely have to do it in teams, even though it's virtual. We're using Google Docs. And the first 2 assignments, I had to work really hard, because now I'm in every single team because I can see what they're doing in that Google Doc. Okay, I can see it. And I also have them, they can email people back and forth. And when they email the team, I am one of the members of every single team. So I also see all the email communications that's going back and forth. So I definitely know who's participating and who's not participating. But I also have them give me a participation form. The team leader gives me a participation form that lists what everybody is doing. Because of the rules, the FERPA rules, I'm not showing you exactly what I do in class, but I'm telling you that. What we're doing here is something that's more applicable to us. When you open up this Word document, if you can get here, if you right-click on this link, this first one, and anything that you type in here, everybody's going to be able to see. So what I have done here, which I see Jessica's already typed her name in. That's great, okay? Because when I did this, I typed in my name, Mary Slaughter, Professor, Office Administration, and I listed some ways that I actually use Google Docs. And what I thought would be instructive and helpful to everybody here is you have different classes and different things that you do. Can you think of ways that you might be able to collaborate using Google Docs? Now I'm giving you an example. I use it with virtual collaboration on writing assignments. I create a class blog, and my class blog, I actually post it out there using a Google document, and I put the link in Canvas, but I also email the link to everybody, so they don't actually have to be in Canvas to go to the blog, because I post announcements on the blog. I post if questions come in from students, and I think it's a question that everybody would benefit from the answer, whether it is via an email or whether it is via even a face-to-face class. Like I teach 3 business communications classes. One's face-to-face, 2 is online. And if a question comes in from my face-to-face class, it all goes on there and everybody can see the blog. And so I just post all kinds of stuff out on my class blog, and the students get, and I also didn't used to set it up to where students could comment, but now I have it so students can comment on whatever I say. They can't change what I say, but they can comment on it. It's good for brainstorming session. And I also am the secretary of AFC. And so what I started doing and taking the minutes, I just became secretary, is I put it on Google Docs, and then I send them over to the president. And I say, okay, if you don't like it on Google Docs, I won't do it this way, but she liked it that way. Because it's really easier to do the collaboration to me using Google Docs than it is doing the collaboration using Microsoft Word. Because in Microsoft Word, I've got to open the document. I have to click on, if any of you are familiar with that, I have to click on tracking. I have to make my changes. I have to save it. And then I have to link it again. And in Google Docs, all I have to do is copy and paste and just send that link to everybody. And the way I do it with Teams, the way I do it with Teams, see, we can see how this works with Teams. Everybody's doing this collaborative. I've got 2 people typing. See, that's what I like about this. So anyway, the thing is that when I have the students submit, like when they do the writing assignments, there's all these comments. They submit 2 things to me. They submit the Google document that they have collaborated on, so I can see everybody's comments, because if they go in and make changes, they make the changes in the text, but then they go over and use the comments button, which is this right here. You click on comments, or I could just click right down here. I could click on comments. I could say I'm going to comment, and I could just say, great idea, or I don't like that idea. And then normally my name would come up here, but academic technology is actually logged on to Google Docs, not me. So normally, see, the reason it says in the little blurb about this class is that you need a Gmail address. If you are logged into your Gmail account, then whenever you make a comment, it shows your name there. That's what it was showing. That's why the name was coming up on the little video I showed you. But I can't show you that part because I'll mess it up if I get out of this academic technology Brianna's told me. So anyway, but you see how this is working. Now I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to go back down here to and open up this other document so you can see it too. Because I put 2 little exercises out here. So this little exercise, let's say that we're going to, I just made this up for this, okay? We're going to, as a group, we're going to write as many bloopers as we can. We're not going to worry about the wording. At this stage of the project, we're just gathering ideas. Remember, this is a skit to entertain students, so we want to generate ideas about mistakes instructors make that will be considered funny by the students. So, pretend, okay? We're going to create a 30-minute skit, okay? And it's going to be teacher bloopers. And sure, all of us have made mistakes when we go into the class, and I actually put one down, and I really did this first one. Nothing like going to class on Monday morning prepared to teach my keyboarding class, but instead being in my business communications class, and the students let me give all the instructions for taking time writings before one raises her hand and says something, and I say, oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong class. I was thinking it was Tuesday, okay? So, and everybody laughed and everything, and then I got back on track, but that really happened. So anyway, if you can think of things like that. So you don't necessarily really have to do this, but I'm just using this kind of as an example just to show you that this is something that if it were any kind of collaborative project that you could come up with, that you would just type stuff in. Like you could go down here. One person could be typing in 3. I kind of messed it up, and people can mess it up. You see, I've messed up. It started the numbering over again, so I'd have to back up and say, okay, now I'm back on track, and here's another idea. Okay, here's another idea, whatever. And then the good part for me as the instructor, as the students are doing this, I can come up here and I can say, alter idea to include whatever, okay? And I can comment. Now, let me show you just briefly how you would share this. Is if I were going to share this link, I have already set it up because it's a little bit different than what's out there. I have to click on advanced and see what I have done. I've come in here and I've set it up so anyone who has the link can edit. The way I could do it is I can put it totally public on the web and then anybody would see it. I could set it to where it's just specific people or whatever. And then down here, I can say that they can view it. See that my class blog, this is the way I did before. On my class blog, I had it set up so people could just view it and they couldn't comment. But then after I got comfortable with doing this with the class blog, I then went back, and now what I do is I set my class blog so that they can comment, but they can't edit. So, because I don't want them to go in and change anything I said, but I do want them to be able to comment on it, because then sometimes I can comment back. There's so much more I could show you about Google Docs, but our time is running out. I do want to come back over here and just explain what's under here so you can go back and look at it on your own if you're interested. Because when I was putting together this presentation, the hardest part for me was trying to get it down to 30 minutes anyway. So there's another little video on here that I did myself, and it explains all of these files are my files in Google Docs. It explains how to set up your Google Drive. And I don't have time to show that to you, but it's in there. Now, what I have done here is when I showed you that little video at the very beginning, I do that in all of my classes now. That's something that I'm just telling you on the side I do. If it's a face-to-face class, like I have business communications, and I teach other things too, but I'm using that as an example because that's the class that I have face-to-face and I have online. And everything I do in face-to-face, I do online, and everything I do online, I do face-to-face. And I will create these little videos and everything, and then I put them out there in Canvas, and my students can see them. So they're real easy for me to do, and so, but that's a whole nother topic. So that's just one thing I wanted. And the Google Docs, being able to use the Google Documents and some of the other features on the Google Drive just makes it so easy for me to integrate everything with the videos and the collaboration and all of this. And one little other thing I will tell you before I close, because I said that the students kind of fight me in the beginning. Oh, how can we do collaboration and virtual things in Teams because we're online? Well, by the time there's a lot of teamwork as I go through my class, when we got to module 11 this semester, I had, which module 11, 12, 13, and 14 is all individual. That's the way I had it set up. And I had people before module 11 emailing me and saying, oh, can we still work in our teams for the rest of the whole course? And I did let them take a pick on module 11, but when we got into 12, 13, and 14, they couldn't because I had to test them individually on different things to see if they had learned through doing the teamwork. So it had to be individual, but in module 11, I let them take a choice. They could either work in teams or they could work individually. And out of about 75 students, I had less than 10 students that pulled away from the teams and wanted to work individually. They started liking it once they learned how to use it. And I had students come back and just thank me for teaching them how to do Google Docs. So anyway, if any of you ever have any questions about this, you can contact me. On the last slide, which I didn't get to in this thing, I actually have my cell phone number out there if you want to contact me. And I guess I don't even have time for questions because I went so far.
Yeah, probably most people are going to stay here for free in this session too. So we have about 10 minutes. So if you want to answer questions in between.
Okay. If anybody has any questions.
Yeah, pull a ticket.
Pull a ticket. Are these tickets for our session?
Yeah.
Does anybody have tickets? I don't think there's enough tickets in here.
It looks like. Did I forget? Oh, did you pull one in?
No, I've already won one. I just needed that. Thank you. Not that I'm
I guess we pull from the ones that we have.
Yeah, did I really mess it up?
I'm fine. It's okay. It's all right. It happens. I forgot like 4 things I wanted to talk about during my session because I was so nervous. So it's fine. It's no big deal.
Well, what I meant is that I messed up that shutting it down.
No, it's still going. I think the only thing was that your screen sharing wasn't on when you were
My whole screen,
you were
I
presenting.
didn't shut it down to the very end of mine. It
Should be
shut
fine.
down to the.
Do you want to set up your stuff? Let's see, we're in. Yes. So let me open up Firefox for you. Okay. All right, so you are ready to go whenever.
Are you handling the tickets?
I can, yes. So this will be everybody's 4th sticker, right? Did you have one for the morning session too? Awesome. Good job. Yes, so I think it was one session has a green and then they don't all have to be different.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not it. Same thing. Okay.
The first year that we did we've been doing the tickets and stuff since the beginning. And the first year that we did it, every single person that attended won something. So it was awesome at the end of the day. Everybody had something to walk away with. Anybody else have tickets? Yes. Yes. That's what it was originally intended for. But yeah. Now we just do it for fun. Right. Yeah, we gamified the taking attendance. Is this a vlogging? Yes. So I'll give you the 5-minute mark, the 3-minute mark, and the 1-minute mark. Whenever. So have you seen me raise my hand from the back?
Oh, when I'm running out of time?
Yeah, I'll keep time for you.
Thank you.
Regina.
Is the course not open yet at that? Because when you put it in, you get your search did not match any documents.
What are you looking for?
Open course.
Course. I don't. Brianna?
What's this one for?
This is the entire course. So if you go to this URL, your resources, did you post them? Yep. So then any resources that Brianna has will be posted.
You get that URL and you get your search did not match any documents.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the S.
But I have the S. Something else is wrong.
Let me read it.
Yeah, can't you just log in with Canvas? I mean, if you want to get the resources.
We need to log in, right?
Not
If you log it again, it should be.
That's the thing, I used that earlier and was in your course.
Yeah,
But now it's saying it's not there.
Yeah. Oh, I got it. Did you put the my dots?
Yeah.
I got it.
This is the same thing. I know, I was in her.
121. Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it in the thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. Yeah. And then
Mine,
mine.
put mine.
There it is there. I know.
So it looks like you're doing a Google search though.
Try that. Because it looks like you got there.
I guess not. So for my presentation, you don't necessarily need to go to Canvas and get the resources. That's just more for, you know, if you want to review later on the stuff that I posted on there, it's just for you to take with you. If you feel like going to the website that I'm on now, you can see the URL up there, PHSC website design. Sorry. Sure. Okay, that's good. All right, so I guess we'll get started here. Welcome. So first I was starting to put together a PowerPoint for this, and I thought, well, this is about websites and blogging, so why not just create a website, and then everybody can get back to it easily from anywhere. So I went to this Angel Fire website and created a website. I'm Brianna Perry, by the way, from East Campus Teaching Learning Center. I've also taught adjunct courses here, adjunct photography, which is what a lot of this material comes from, and knowing how to integrate it into your courses. And so we'll go through some of those today. Okay, so think about, you know, how you could use website and blog creation within your course. Some courses are kind of obvious, like with my photography course, everybody has to create a portfolio at the end. Everybody has to have a website to showcase their work. But maybe like a computer science type of course, it would be pretty obvious how you could use this. But how could you use it in other types of courses? So it's important for, you know, education courses, since the whole focus of today is about classes going online. You could use it in business courses, creating a business website. You could use it for science, especially the blogging. Maybe you do some sort of community service project and you want to blog about that. You could, same thing with sociology, psychology. You could, you know, again, just like the business class, create a website for your, you know, imaginary psychology business in the future. So think about how your students could either do an individual website, an individual blog, or a collaborative one as a group. A lot of times students will remember, we all know, things that they do projects about rather than just things that they read or things that they talk about. So this has been really successful in my courses. I put up a few student website examples. It was extremely difficult to choose from my huge list, so I kind of chose randomly just a few. If you do go to this website here, you can click on all of them, but I'll show you just a couple of examples. So the websites that I'm going to be showing you today are Wix, Webs, and Angel Fire. And they all have free templates. So you can browse through the templates and see which ones you like best. And the students really get into that. I'm going to let you all do that in a few minutes here. Okay, so this person chose an artistic template. Sometimes you can put your own photograph in the background.
And then they have, this one's sort of a blog format anyway, but they can add all of their photography. Anything that they want to share. And the About Me information. Again, I won't have a chance to go through all of them, but I can show you a couple. Load it up here. So everybody can really individualize their project. Make it more personal to them. And it seems like this would be really difficult to do, but it's not. So that's what I'm going to be showing you guys today, is how easy it is to create these websites. Yeah, you can really get into it. I mean, you could put a lot of hours into it, but you could do it pretty quickly. I've had students do it within a few hours before if they're already tech savvy. Now, the bad thing about the website design, I used AngelFire for this one, for this project, is that if you don't pay for it, you get these little advertisements at the top. But at least that gets, you know, students are not going to want to pay for this in most cases. So at least they get to see how to create it. And then if they did have something that was more professional later on, they could pay the fee and get rid of that. So here are your links: Webs, Wix, and AngelFire. I'm going to click on Wix first. In fact, I think I already have it up here. Wix.com. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, it has even training videos for how to create this. So I wanted to play this first one. Maybe. Oh well. Okay. Well, I want everybody to go to that Wix.com and just take a look at some of the templates on there. You won't be able to create it yourself unless you put in your email address and start using some of the tools, but you can take that home with you and do it another time. So if you go to Wix.com, up at the top here, you've got templates. So everything is already pre-created for you. Kind of find one that suits your purposes. You can do a lot of customization. You can change the background images, change the text. Help each other if you're having trouble getting to it. So just take a few minutes. I want you to see the variety of all the different designs that are out there. And again, easy to customize for your own purposes.
How do these compare to Weblink?
What's Weblink?
Another one?
Oh, I don't know about that one. So it's just Weblink.
Weebly? Or?
Weebly? I think I might have heard of that one. Yeah, there are a lot of other template free website design sites out there. These are just a few of the examples that I've used for my students and had success with myself, but I know there are a lot more.
Yeah, WEEBLY.
Mm-hmm.
And I use that as a graduate student to build a portfolio, because we could do one either, yeah. And so then we use that as like a virtual portfolio. You uploaded your documents with samples report.
Great. Yeah. And then it's online so anybody can get to it? It's a link. Okay. Great. Anybody know of any others?
My son uses that weekly in middle school.
Oh, great.
User friendly.
So with Wix, they probably have the most quality, the fanciest templates, but then again, that can make it more difficult for some students to use that. So I have some students that like Wix the best. I have other students that like Webs the best, which if you've already kind of explored Wix a little bit, you can try this other one, webs.com. Those are more simplified, a little bit easier to use in my opinion. But then again, you know, students go back and forth. I put some tips on here as far as, you know, not adding too much into the website, especially with Wix. If people try to add like galleries on top of galleries, you start to run into some issues. If you try to upload images that are too large, you're going to run into some issues. So I've added some tips here, and we can take a look at that if we have some time at the end of the presentation. I'll go to Webs. So Webs, same thing. Up here at the top, you've got themes instead of templates. Okay, this one could work for maybe some classes. Some of these you could think about using for your personal stuff too. I know today's about the courses. So what do you think so far? Any comments, questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
So say you had an assignment, you know, to design a website.
Mm-hmm.
Can it not be published?
Yes.
Like private, like you have an access code if you use it? Yeah, that's the kind of, you know.
Yes, while you're working on the website, before you decide to publish it and share it with everyone, it's just for you. So if it was just being shared as a presentation in class, that student would never have to publish it. They could just go into their account. It would look the way it normally would when it was published. As far as if you have to submit it and not present it in class, the instructor would need the user login information in order to get to it. But you have to think about, it's going to be unlikely that anyone would just happen across these links anyway. So I wouldn't be too afraid of sharing information. I mean, I wouldn't put anything too personal, of course, but it's unlikely that somebody's just going to stumble across this website that's made for your class.
I thought there was like an access code that you could generate versus like your website is public versus private. Not necessarily have to get some your log-on and password, that give them the access code.
Some sites might have that, yeah, definitely, but I don't know if these integrate that feature. But yeah, again, you have to, especially certain galleries and things, you might have a code that comes up that you can input if you have to link to that, but I don't know about the site in general. The third one on here is Angel Fire. That's what I used for this. The reason I wouldn't necessarily suggest that one for some classes is because it looks like it's for kids when you first go to it. But once you get into it, once you look at the templates, it's not. Same thing, try our website builder. Look, it's got all of these graphics that looks like it's for kids. But then once you go into the templates, they look like this, right? You can make them as professional as you want them to look.
But this one, there's a charge.
No, it's completely free. All three of these are completely free. Again, they have advertisements. To get rid of those, you'd have to pay, but just for, you know, actually building something, and students love these. I've gotten such good feedback, you know, like, thank you for having me create this. I shared it with my friends, my family.
At first, there's a little bit of resistance, like, why can't I just use my Facebook? Why can't I use my Flickr? Why do I have to make this? But then once they make it, I think they see the reason to have, their own website. So another one is blogger.com. For that one, in order to show you, you'd have to have a Gmail login in order to get it, because it is through Google. And I have my own personal one because I do my own photography every weekend, so I guess I could share that one with you.
So do your students go to your personal one, do they?
I show it in class, yeah. And so in order to, once you go in, I just want to show you how easy it is to do a new post. This is what it looks like. It's basically, you put the title in there, type your information, you can add photos. You can add links, basically the same as, it's HTML. You can use HTML. The same as what you're doing with your Canvas courses as far as being that easy. And then you just click post. And so if you had your students working on a project that was a semester-long project and you wanted them to post, updates every week or every couple of weeks, it could be a collaborative blog, right? Like Mary was saying, she has her students. Do you use this one?
I just use Google Docs.
Oh, okay. Well, this would be a good one too, since it's through Google. And if everybody had that login, they could, add stuff to that, make changes, especially if it's a small group, right? So you could use it collaboratively. All right, so any questions on any of those? Another thing that's really useful for this is knowing how to resize your images, add photo effects, things like that to make it a little bit more visually appealing. So it's not just a plain website with text, and they can add their own images. And so this last tab I'm sharing is all the editing software that's available for free, all the editing websites that are available for free. The one I use with my class is Pixlr, which I'll go to in a minute. Fo.to is the one that I just learned about that's got some really fun and creative effects. And then Flickr, of course, that's where you could store your images. So anything that you want to use on your website, you could, store on your Flickr. You can have up to 1 terabyte, which is a lot of data. Yeah. And it's free. Click on this one first because it's quick here. So if you want to try this one, fo.to, there's no www in front of it. And I just clicked on fun effects. Once you choose a fun effect, you can place your own photo within that, and there's no copyright issues or anything like that. So I'm going to choose a picture that's already on my computer. And there it is. It's that quick, and then they can save that, upload it to their website. And again, I wish we had more time to spend in each one of these. The other one that I use, that I teach in my photography class, is the Pixlr. Pixlr, no E. which is the way that students can resize the images that they're then going to upload onto the internet. Of course, you can always use Paint and things like that, but if you teach them how to use this, then they have a lot more tools beyond just resizing. Ooh, that's odd. Okay, so this is what the Pixlr editor looks like. And again, it's got basically all the tools that Photoshop has, Photoshop Elements, the basic one. The toolbar even looks similar. So if students have that, they'll kind of already be familiar with it. But this one's completely free. And so if you want to resize images, you always want to keep them under 1 gigabyte, 1,000 kilobytes, which this one is already pretty small. But let's say I wanted to resize it. I could even type in, maybe I want to make it a little smaller. And there you go. And then you can resave it again, and you have a smaller image that's going to be more optimal on your website so that the loading time is better. And so you don't run into those problems. But this Pixlr is just a great resource. If you don't know of any other photo editing sites online, it's a really good one to share with students because it's completely free. All right, and it's also got a collage feature. So a lot of times on my blog, I want to put a lot of things into one post, but I don't want to have image after image after image. So I'll use this Pixlr Express. Again, you just go to the pixlr.com. And you've got this collage feature. And I have Photoshop, and I use this over Photoshop because it's just so easy. And I guess we have to have one in there twice. There we go. All right. Pretty quick. So with the collage, you can do a lot of things. Change the spacing, change the roundness, change the colors. You can add all sorts of effects, adjustments. It's pretty quick. So does anybody have an idea for how they might be able to use it? What kind of course do you teach? What types of projects would it be good for? Any thoughts? Not sure. Anybody want to use it for your personal stuff at home?
Yeah.
It's good. All right, so we still have about 8 or 9 minutes left. I want to give you some time to, explore those different sites, whatever you're most interested in. If you're interested in the photo editor, I could come around and, show you some of the features with that. If you're interested in looking at the templates on Wix, Webs, Angelfire, or even starting one, you could even, give them your email address and start one yourself. I'm going to try to pull up this video to kind of show you how it works, but I'm going to try to pull it up in a different browser if I can. Let's try this one. That way, while you're exploring, it should come up.
Welcome to Wix.
There we go.
You're on your way to creating a beautiful website. So you've already chosen a template. Great. The Wix drag and drop website builder makes it easy for you to customize your template and make it your own. Now, let's get your site live in 3 simple steps. Step 1, start with your homepage. Change the title to your business's name. Then choose your background and color palettes to get the look and feel you want. Step 2, customize anything, like text, images, videos, and more with just a few clicks. You can even make your site social. Want to get some feedback? It's easy to share your site with the people you trust before you go live. And best of all, your site is already mobile optimized. You can customize it anytime to make your mobile site look just the way you want. And finally, step 3, publish your website. You should be proud of what you've created. Just click publish and you're instantly live to the web. You can always add more and make changes as you grow. Just remember, we're here to help every step of the way. All you have to do is get started. Create your own stunning website now.
Easily add and customize a video or YouTube video to your site.
All right, so they've got all sorts of tutorials also on the site. That one went really fast because it was just a broad overview of everything that it does. So I did notice it said that you can just share with certain people. So that's a good feature of this. It's got all the social media. The thing I like about Wix is you can flip back and forth between how it looks on mobile device versus how it looks on a regular computer. So that's a really nice feature. All right. So anyways, take some time at the end of the class here to explore. I'll come around and answer any questions. And that's what I got for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Should we do this now or?
Wow.
I love it.
You want to take them out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, you want to pick?
It is Mary Mason.
She already won.
Aw.
You already won. You don't get to win again.
Stacy McClellan.
Right there.
Oh, okay.
Mary, you're like super lucky.
Congrats.
Mary, are you gonna do the full sticker card at the end? You should.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, with all the luck you got, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, enjoy your lunch.
That's really good for him. Thank you. Interested. Yeah, but it goes so quick though. It's so hard to like learn so much in that short period of time. While you were here. Yeah. Oh, maybe that's it.
I'm about to turn that off.
Sorry.
So say, you know, see. Making sure this is there and the screen share is here, right? Or I usually do entire screen. Oh, how do you do that? I just pick that one that says entire screen. Oh, I've been picking them. I wonder if that makes a difference. Maybe. Oh, thank you. I've been holding on to it and keeping it safe. I go. It's my stand. Oh, thank you so much. I want one next year. You know what? You can actually have this. You can actually have this. No. I told you that because David Pastor brought me one. Yeah. Oh. What are you gonna do with yours? I have it at home. That's awesome. I did. Okay. I was gonna. I did. Sorry. No, I just wanted to show everyone what they should see, and then I was trying to get everyone to get to that site, but it's not working like I want to. So I'm just gonna get out of here. Yes. Stop. Sorry.
Get all my email discontinued.
That's fine. That's fine. Sorry. Okay. All right, if you guys could log on to this EduTech Open course, because we are going to have an interactive session, so if you can get here, this is what you should see. And we still have a couple minutes before we start. Make sure you get your stickers, your raffle tickets in the basket up front. If you need more raffle tickets, let me know. And then you can earn a ribbon from me as well. If you haven't yet, show me your PHSC mobile app or your Canvas app on your device.
Nikki, can you please speak louder? I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. So just some housekeeping things. You can still earn the ribbon from me for the Canvas app or the PHSC mobile app on your device. And make sure that you drop your raffle ticket into the basket. We're going to draw at the end of the session. And then an orange sticker.
Nikki, we have to show you that it's on our device?
Yeah, show me that on your device. There you go.
Everybody loves Nikki.
How are you doing?
Thank you. Guess what's Nikki?
That's the site here. So how am I going to get it?
Oh, I got to go to that
Heard that. I ran out of ribbons again. Yeah. No, not really. Oh, no, there is no service. I mean, everyone's navigating to the course.
Unless you didn't get my email, you didn't say the 6th.
I don't need What about this one right here? What about this one? What about that?
No, it's not. You know that I searched it. I shook them up, shook them down.
You can still stay.
Just look on and.
You won't be able to do.
No, I would not be able to interact. So I can sit and observe. I would be an observer. Okay. Because I don't want to walk into another class.
How about you pull up this chair? We can get you settled.
Oh, okay. Micro apps. Yeah, micro. Yeah, here.
That's me.
Well, not all of my students know.
On that open course, if you have an opportunity to go there, let's go to the, then go to that page, right, in the modules. Okay. They're on both sides. Okay. All right, so once we're in the course, we're going to go ahead and get started. Once you're in the course, we're going to navigate to the modules. Okay. And then you can go down, scroll down to the 115 block. Okay. So we are here. So this is the 115 block, and you're going to click on that first link. That'll take you to this session. This is the tech tools to elevate student engagement with Anna and myself. Yay! We got a full house. So we want to make sure that we get right into it. We don't have a whole lot of time, but we do want to make sure that you get to walk out with something or at least some ideas. Okay. So let's go ahead and get started. Get started. You want me to pull up full screen? Okay.
All right, so you're here, and again, what Nikki talked about, we're going to be doing tech tools to elevate student engagement. No, it's an open course, so everybody should, and you can follow us. We'll be going on the Prezi here on the screen. The tools that we're going to be talking about are actually at the bottom of the page. So you guys don't actually have to click on the Prezi to see it. If you look at the bottom of the MyPHSC page, Dippity, Jeopardy Labs, all of those. There's 4 tools that we're going to talk about, okay? So you guys can just hang out on the page there. We're going to be asking you guys, this is an interactive session. We want you guys to mess around with these tools and possibly create something like in the time that we have. So we'll talk a little bit about the tools, but let's talk first a little bit about what our objectives are here for this session. So basically, we're just going to explore some options on how to engage, empower, and elevate your students. So the theme for this conference is engage, empower, elevate. And so we're going to give you some free tools that are available online so that you can embed these into your face-to-face classes, into your online classes, and try to get a little bit more engagement. And they're really easy to use, which is another reason why we chose them, okay? We're going to examine the importance of using EduTech tools in a virtual environment. We're not going to talk about that too much, but, and then the last thing that we're going to do is we're going to determine the type of creative tool that is appropriate for what you want to do in your class. So we're going to talk about 4 of them, but really, you guys are only going to have time maybe to work with 1 or 2, okay? So that's what you'll be doing later on in the session. So what we have is the agenda. So we're going to present 4 online tools. So the first 15 minutes of this session, Nikki and I will present the 4 tools, okay? The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to let you guys create something using these tools, okay? And at the end, you're going to hopefully post it on a shared Padlet. And Nikki will talk a little bit about that, what it is to share on the Padlet and how to do it. Because you guys can create something and then put it on this group Padlet, and everybody can kind of see what others have created. So kind of like we can share it and collaborate a little bit on that, okay? So I'll let Nikki come on, and she's going to talk a little bit about...
We didn't get that.
Oh, I'll help
We'll
you
have
guys
it
out.
back up.
Yeah.
We'll have it back up. And it's on the very bottom of that page, that Padlet. That link to it is on the very bottom of the page in the MyPHSC course. Okay.
And Nikki will talk about it.
Yeah. So I just want to cover the rationale for why we are focusing on using some of these Web 2.0 and even Web 3.0 tools right now. You've heard it with, Dr. Kavanaugh and probably some of the sessions that you attended this morning, that, our students are coming in with a certain level of expectation, whether you're in a traditional face-to-face course or if you're in a fully online course, but especially if you are in the fully online environment. They're used to using technology and interacting with, the web tools, whether they're looking to buy shoes or books, get their textbooks, or if they just want to do some research, Wikipedia is probably one of their best friends. But, you as subject matter experts can give them information better than Wikipedia can. And you can still make it interesting and engaging using some of these tools out there. And so our goal is to ensure the success of learning outcomes by incorporating these technologies to enhance the student learning experience. So there's our keyword, enhance. So rather than just, basic text on the page, we can create interactive elements, and you'll see some examples that'll still serve that same purpose, give them the information that you want them to have, but it promotes a little bit more visual appeal. It's a little bit more stimulating, engaging, and interactive. And then some of these, the tools that we selected does involve some critical thinking, some analyzing, and the students can use these as well, not just you as the instructor. So you may want to actually assign the tool to your students and have them create and submit it to you as a project. So the overarching goal is to bridge the gap between your content and our, new millennial generation, our digital native learners who have these, these are never like more than 2 feet away from them, whether they're on the bathroom or if they're on the plane or wherever they are, right? 2 feet might be a little bit too far too, you're right, right? And it does help us to better demonstrate these tasks. We have the Canvas app, we do have the PHSC mobile app, and all of these tools that we're going to be showing you integrates very, very nicely in Canvas. So they actually can access them on their devices rather than having to wait to get onto a computer. Okay. So we're going to go into the first couple tools, and the way we want to cover this part of the presentation, we're just going to give you a very basic overview of the tools, just 4. They're very intuitive, pretty easy to just use and get started. A couple of them you may need to sign up for, but they're all free. They're all open, and everything within the tool is free and of copyright infringement. So you want to make sure that you don't use, images and things that could potentially have any copyright concerns. And when we get into thing links, I'll talk a little bit more about that. Okay. All right. So, do you want me to do the first two? Okay. All right. So the first one is Dippity. Has anyone heard of Dippity? It's a weird name. I don't know where they came up with the name, but Dippity is a unique site that allows you to create an interactive timeline. So anything that you want to share that's in chronological order, or if you want to share historical events or a sequence of events, you can create that in Dippity rather than, again, text on a page. So this is what their website looks like. Their website is a Dippity. So this is dippity.com, and this is a timeline. It changes like every time you come to the site. It's a internet memes timeline. There are educational ones on there that have been created, and then you can also create your own. So this is just a really neat way of presenting the information. It's interactive. You can click on the particular event on the timeline. If it's a video, you can play the video here directly on the page.
Yeah, I know.
You can get the information right here, directly here. It can be shared, and then students, if you want them to, you can have them comment on that particular event on the timeline right here in this window. You can scroll through the timeline here, or you can scroll through the timeline in the overall view. So it's just a really interactive way to put all that information in one place and have your students engage and interact with that particular content.
So how is that different, for example, from YouTube?
These videos here are embedded from YouTube. So rather than having your students, go to your course and read this particular information and then go out to look at a YouTube video, everything is embedded right here. So these YouTube videos play from the Dippity site. They're just embedded right here onto the site. And so you can add your text here. And this scrolls and scrolls. You can add as much text as you want to and have them watch the video right here and comment on it, all within this one timeline. So it takes care of sharing a lot of information in one place.
The real unique thing about it is the timeline.
Yes,
right?
it's the
That
timeline.
You can put history of
Exactly. The timeline. That's the main feature. But it's interactive, so you can throw up as much stuff as you want up there, not just text. Any other questions about Dippity? Yes.
How do you secure your information?
This is public, so you can, with all these tools, there are always going to be the, basic paid versions, just like with the apps, and then the premium versions, and then the pro, and then the expert pro, and the expert premium, which you pay a little bit more. But you do create a shared link, and that link is only going to be visible to whoever you share it with. Good question. Any other questions before we move on to the next tool? Okay. All right, so the next tool is Jeopardy Labs. And Jeopardy Labs is basically a Jeopardy review game. How many of you used that Jeopardy PowerPoint template to review before? So this basically turns that into a web-based form. So these games can be played online from anywhere in the world. You don't have to have that PowerPoint on your thumb drive that you bring with you, and you can only use it in class because it's PowerPoint based. So this is web based. And again, it eliminates having you to have just that PowerPoint in front of a room. And so your students can actually go back and review that Jeopardy presentation at home, online, no matter where they are, or on their smart devices. It's so easy to use. You basically click Start Building, and I'm just going to do that. You'll enter some basic information. No account is required, so you don't have to actually sign up for the service, even though you can. It's $20 for a lifetime membership. So, and then with that membership, you can actually control the privacy settings. When you do create this Jeopardy, it is public, so it does get stored in their public domain. But the link is going to be, again, an undisclosed link that only you will share with whoever you want to have access to. But if you browse, then you will be able to find Jeopardy games that were created. Okay, so here's an example of what one looks like. You pull up the Jeopardy game, and then you select the number of teams. So I'm just going to select 2 teams, right? And then you can actually download it, and it will go to, guess what, PowerPoint. Or you can just begin playing right here on the page, okay? And it is meant to be run by a live person, just like you would with that Jeopardy PowerPoint template, except you just don't need PowerPoint. So you would click on that point value and then see what the correct response is. And then you just say whether or not team 1 or team 2 got the points or lost the points. Okay. So very easy to share. And then you can actually customize the link. So this link was customized by whoever created this particular Jeopardy game. You can save it as whatever your course is or whatever your chapter is. And that link is going to be unique to your Jeopardy game. Any questions about this one? Yes.
Now, the ones we see are ones that people want it to be public, because you said there would be a shared link, right?
Yes.
So if I create one, it's not going to just be out there.
If you create one and you're just using, if you're using just the quick build, then this one is going to be public. Again, you get that link. It can be found on Google if they know the exact parameters. Like if you created one for, math concepts, and you named it math concepts and they search for that, it is more likely going to come up. But if you use a really customizable name, it probably wouldn't. If you paid for the lifetime membership, the $20, then you can control that so it's completely private. Yeah. Yes?
Does that particular one have sound? Does it make the sound?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The PowerPoint you could though, yes. Good question. Good question. Any other questions? All right, Anna's going to come up and share what the other 2 tools are.
So the next thing that we're going to talk about is ThingLink. So ThingLink basically allows you to get any image, so any image that you get on the web, an image that you've taken, upload it, and then have these little trigger points that you can like add interactive elements to. So just like Dippity, the ThingLink website is a ThingLink, right? So here they have this image, and if I hover over these little icons right here, this is what a ThingLink would be like. So you could have an image, let's say you're teaching anatomy, you could have an image of the body, and then each of these little things you could create, you can add a link to a website that has good information, a link to audio file or video file, something that you've created, and then the students are just able to interact with it and open and close things, okay? I think that ThingLink you do need an account for. I created one really quickly last night, actually, very quickly, and it's really easy to use. I uploaded a picture that I got from Google Images, and it was a map. And then I highlighted little things from the map, and I just found things on YouTube or on the web, and I created that. We have. I wanted to show you guys one from. It's on the Padlet. If you go on the Padlet, there's one there. Yeah. You'd be able to see a little bit better. But it's a really great tool, and I do recommend creating an account for it. And then once you have the image, then you would just embed it into My PHSC. So you have this image, you embed it, and the students directly inside of My PHSC can then hover and click and interact with it. So it's really, really cool. Again, we always wanted to pay close attention to copyright and all of that. So you make sure that when you're on Google Images and you're trying to search for files, unless it's an image that's yours, you want to make sure you pay attention to what the usage rights are. So download something that, make sure that it's okay for you to modify and reuse. Okay. So that's ThingLink. And then the last one is Voki. And Voki is customized avatars. And it's really easy to use, and it's actually pretty fun. So even if you want to just create like something silly to like send to a friend, it's fun. Okay. So here you don't actually have to create an account. You can create a Voki right now. We could create one, and that's what I'm going to show you guys how to do really quickly. So if I wanted to, I could just go up to the top here and click on Create. And what will happen is it'll open up this interface to create my Voki, and it automatically, the image is really large. So so everybody, if you click on it, you'll have different things, right? So you can actually have a human, or I don't know why it's looking like. I don't know if I can get. I apologize for the ad. Usually that doesn't look like that, but let's just pretend. Do you guys see the ad on yours? No. Okay, good. So we're just gonna move forward. You can customize it where you can decide what kind of person you want. I can't. Anyways, so you can actually do like if I want like a fantasy character, like I want to be like the Ice Queen, right? So you can have characters, you can have animals, you can have a flower. Like it doesn't matter. They have all sorts of fun things that you can do. So once you've customized your person, then you click done here at the bottom, and then you can give it a voice. So if you have an audio, and most laptops and stuff have a microphone, you can record your audio directly and save it as an MP3, or I can actually just copy in text. So let's say, I'll copy this text. And I'm going to go back to my Voki, and I'm going to paste that text in there. And then I want her accent to be, her name is Kate, that's fine. And then I'll click done. All right. And then when I want to play it.
ThingLink is the leading platform for creating highly interactive images for web and social media. You can.
It's a robot voice, right? So you can customize this with your own voice. She moves, and a lot of them will follow you, like their eyes will follow the cursor. And once you've done that, then all you have to do is click, and there's a bunch of different things. I can change the background. I can change the color of her outfit. I can do all sorts of things, right?
We do have the paid account.
We do have a paid account, yeah. So if you wanted to do something with, with a paid account that allows you to do a little bit more. Okay, once you're done, and I just did this, let's say I'm done, I published it, I'm gonna say, give it a name, save it, that's it. It's gonna give me, I don't have to create an account. I can actually, from right here, grab this code and embed it straight into my PHSC. I didn't have to create an account, I didn't have to do anything. Now, you can't go back and edit it, so make sure, you have to do it all over again if you did something wrong. But that's it. I would copy the code, create a page, and she appears right there. Yes?
If we want to say it's the paid version, then like we have to come to our
yeah, to us. I'll have to talk, because I don't know if we have several accounts. We may be able to give out account information. I'm not sure how that works for Voki.
That's Brianna. Brianna you would email your information to Brianna, and then she would create the account for you.
That's right.
I know we have like a large number of licenses. I don't know the exact number.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Brianna Hidalgo is the person to contact. Yeah. And she'll be able to put you in there and give you your own information.
Yeah, because this is very valuable. So we do have the paid account, because you can do a little bit more customizing with the paid version.
So the idea is that instead of writing an announcement, you do that. You
can use that.
And then you get their attention.
That's what I do. Yeah.
And they enjoy it, and it's something. Yes.
And they can also be embedded in PowerPoints, because you can save it as like a video file and then embed it on like each slide of a PowerPoint to like explain.
So we have people that use it, like in some of our online courses, they use it. The avatar kind of introduces a module, and we've created avatars that look like the instructor, and we can do things like that. So you could use this in your, yeah. I'm sure you can. Yeah. I don't know what the pricing is for just one account, but.
For what, Voki?
For Voki.
We have
Is it like the dignity, so you create it, it's there, it's public, or?
these are not. Yeah.
They're, you can't really go, there's no search feature where you can go in and try to look.
Yeah.
This is the thing that you have to, if you're doing it with a no account and anything, you really have to make sure that you get that code and.
Or you lose
edit,
it.
you won't be able to kind of go back to it, and it's more difficult. All right, so those are the 4 tools, and let's go back to. Yeah. Here, finish it up. Okay.
All right, so what we want to do now is we want to give you an opportunity to go into just, pick one maybe and try to create something, okay? I did create the Padlet, so here's the link to the Padlet. And if you're on that page in our EduTech course, then the link to the Padlet is also there at the very bottom of the page where you can share what you've created. But I do have some samples on our Padlet if you wanted to take a look. This is a timeline that I created using Dippity for a presentation that I did last year for the AACT conference. And it's just a timeline of basically my trajectory throughout my master's program at UT. And so this one, is a little bit more professional than the internet memes timeline. And it just kind of charts everything that I did in the program. Again, you can put in as much text and links and share documents, everything that you want to up there, as well as videos. So that's the Dippity timeline. And this is what the Padlet looks like. The Padlet is also another free tool. So technically we have 5 tools that you can use and your students can share, and you guys can share right now. And whatever is shared, you can see it actually being shared in real time. You simply double click and then you begin sharing. You can upload a link, a URL, an image, a video, a map, a document, just any kind of file. You can upload any type of file, videos, maps, links, and then you can also use your webcam, and that will be saved. That photo or your video will be saved directly here onto the Padlet. So it's just a really neat shared space. And then everything that you see on the Padlet stays within this window. So this is a nursing review. We saw the Jeopardy labs. Here's an example of the Thing Link. This is one example of what an instructor created to talk about endangered animals. So if you hover, there's icons that you can use. There's a book to share links to Wikipedia. I believe this one goes to just basic text. There's podcasts, there's YouTube videos, and everything plays right here on that image. And then here's an example of a Voki that I believe Anna.
Yeah, one of the Vokis that we've created.
Yeah, it was just a professor.
I'm Dr. Quasar.
So there's some examples. So we're going to be walking around with you guys for the next 10 to 12 minutes. If you want to get some assistance trying out one of the tools, pick one that you think would work really well for something in one of your courses, and start creating. So I'm going to leave that site up so that you can see the website when you're ready to share onto the Padlet. And there's direct links to each of these sites on the page in our toolkit.
Oh, did you do the mouse? In the background, oh no.
All right, so our time is extremely limited. Hopefully you found a tool that you will take home and play around with and explore. Get with one of us. You can give us a call, email us. You will have access to this page and this open course. So definitely come back to it, take a look at the toolkit, go around and explore, and then you can get back onto the Padlet to see some of those examples that we shared. Again, if you wanted a little bit more help working with some of these tools, give us a call. Unfortunately, our time is like up already. That went by so fast. That went by so fast. Do we want to pull a raffle ticket? Did I get everyone's raffle tickets?
Oh, please, tickets. Everybody's tickets. All right, we're gonna shuffle them real well.
We got one thing on the, there it is on our Padlet.
Everybody has their. Rosanna, you're a winner. Yay.
All right. All right, here's our info if you want to contact one of us. Rosanna.
How do you save it if you want to save it? This one is public.
I'm behind the 8 ball again. Or do you drop any more tickets?
Oh,
You collect more tickets.
for the next session. Yeah, we already pulled the name. Sorry. Oh, for in here for the next section. Yes. That was
All right, great job, ladies.
Oh, yeah, you in here?
Yeah.
Are they just staying? Are they just staying here? I don't think they realize we're done. Alrighty. See you later, lady.
Okay. See you. Yes.
It's gonna be English with a man's voice. Just type whatever it is.
Yes.
Well, I didn't realize that I'm saying. Since she left the phone, I think she's coming back. I understand. So I just stopped today because I knew I didn't. When it gets more than
One of these.
So you can't forget. That's right. A smart kid. There's a smart everything else. I'm gonna go to the cat's office later today. Yep.
Oh, a new wrap class.
We have to empty the old one. So last time I went,
Here, I'll get the wrap. Everybody got new stickers? Did you stay in another class? Oh, tickets. Now the new ticket person too.
Wow. A tip charge kind of woman.
So I can do the same in my Facebook.
This is fun.
Thank you so much. All right, so we've got about 3 minutes. So
now.
Yeah. Are you?
Okay, we'll have to go and check, but I can do
It's not.
Linda.com. I want to know. You got most of the people? Thank you so much.
I'm not as technologically
You don't get any preferential treatment.
So, Gopi's great.
Yeah, it was so cool, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to get started. There's not a lot of time, and there's a lot of information that I want to cover in this session. So I want to make sure to try to use all 30 minutes as much as possible. I see a lot of familiar faces from the last session, but just in case, my name is Ana Lopez, and I'm one of the instructional designers in the Academic Technology Department. And this session is about DIY in my PHSC, okay? So what we're going to do in this session is we're going to learn how to create basically an interactive homepage, okay? I know that a lot of you that teach face-to-face classes, sometimes the homepage is like the last thing that you're thinking about because you're putting content up and you're putting all these things. And Maya is going to be helping me today. So Maya Pakimova, yay! Much appreciated. So Maya's going to be helping and walking around in case anybody gets stuck. I'll talk a little bit about what the goals of this session are, but I just want to, there's a possibility that you won't be able to leave with a finished product, but you'll be able to get started, okay? And you know how to finish it when you're home. So what we're going to be talking about is that homepage, how to create a homepage that's a little more interactive. How can I create my own banner? How can I create buttons and links and things? And it's a little more geared towards the face-to-face classes. Because if you're teaching online, chances are your homepage is probably a little interactive to begin with, okay? So what I want to do is we're going to go into the EduTech course again. Just like we did last session, if everybody goes to the Open EduTech course, that's the URL here, and this is the URL right here, okay? This is what it will look like, all right? Once you guys are in the session, in the EduTech course, you're going to click on modules on the left-hand side. And we're going to go to the 1255. Is that what it is?
No.
What is it? Where are we? We're in one something already? 155. Thank you. So you'll go to the 155 section, and the DIY presentation is the first one right there, okay? So we've got DIY in my PHSC. So everybody click on the DIY. There's a lot of text on here. I wanted to make it a place where you guys, after this session, can go in and read and review, all right? So we're going to kind of ignore a little bit of the text and kind of get into the development. But what we want to do when we think about creating this homepage is, a lot of times people think about it, this homepage is almost like they call it like prime real estate. It's the first thing that students see. They log into your course, they get a sense of you, and the content and the stuff by this home page. So we're going to work to create, just a fun interactive page. The things that you want to think about for your home page: style, colors, always keeping in mind ADA. So don't use really loud colors. Make sure that there's enough contrast between one color and another, so anybody with a visual disability is still able to see it. So don't use a lot of flashy things. So things like that you just want to keep in mind. And then also, when you think about creating a home page, what kind of information do you want on there? For those of you that are teaching face-to-face, it's probably just, you want a little bit of information about the course, contact information, how to get help, and how to navigate, right? Those are the kind of things that you want students to see. So what I've done is I've created, you might be able to, they're really tiny, right? I've created 3 template pages, okay? So we've got this template, so 3 of them. To see them larger, just click on the images and they'll open up. So you can see them a little bit bigger and you can get an idea of what the template of the pages are, okay? Look at all 3 of them and choose one that you think might work for your class, all right? Now, it doesn't have to be, everything is editable. You're actually gonna have to create buttons, you're gonna have to create the banner, you can change the text. So it's just the organization of the page. What looks good to you, okay? And what do you think you'd be able to use in your class? All right, so we've got the 3 images. I've selected one. I've decided, I think I'm gonna do, I'll do the nursing one, done. Okay, so I'm gonna do this one. You guys do any of the other ones. It does not matter, okay? So now that I've chosen the nursing one or any of the others, I'm going to, the purpose of creating these templates is basically what we've done is you're gonna copy the code of the page. So you're going to copy that code, which gives you the framework of everything, and then you guys are going to put the images where you want them, okay? So this is what we're going to do. If you've chosen example 1 or example 2 or example 3, click on the text. So I'm going to do the example 3 code, and it's going to open up a new page, and it's going to look like gibberish, all right? It's code. You don't have to know anything about code. That's
What did you click on?
Click on the text.
Follow the text. So is this how users do this? Just take on your already created over?
Yes. Once you've created this and put it in your class, you can then copy it from one code into another, or, and I do also recommend, for those of you that are in my PHSC a lot, a really basic understanding of HTML will take you far, right? So just having a simple understanding that P means paragraph, T body means the table body, TR means the row and the column and the this and the that, like all those little basic things, they mean something, yes.
All right, so other than you saying that
Yes, I do.
paragraph needs
Yeah.
mean things, like, is there a reference?
And I'll show you, there is a really good tutorial, and a little, kind of like a little sheet. You don't need to know much. I am no HTML pro by any means, but I could go into this code and see, okay, well, I have one column too many. I can go in there and remove it with just very little understanding of HTML. But we're not going to worry about that today, because what we want to do is we want to copy this code. So what you're going to do is you're going to start from the beginning where it says the first P all the way to the bottom. Make sure you copy everything from beginning to end. Right click and copy it. Okay, so everybody should have it copied. Now that we have it copied, we have to go into our own personal course and paste this into a page. So you guys open up a new, or you can even go to the DIY page, not the DIY page. You guys aren't logged in, shoot.
We can use our sandbox.
You're gonna have to log into my PHSC. I apologize. I should have had you guys do that before. So let's log into my PHSC.
And another window.
Yeah. And everybody in this class has a sandbox. You can use a sandbox, you can use an existing course. Any course that you want is fine. I'm sorry?
I can put it on the current course, on the summer course.
Yes, yes, of course. Let's put it to work. All right, so I'm inside of my PHSC. I've copied my code, right? So I still have it saved as copied. I'm gonna go into my sandbox. You guys can go into anything. Again, it doesn't matter. Okay, so go into any of your courses. And now you click on the left-hand side on pages. And we're gonna create a new page. You guys may have existing pages or whatever, but I'm just gonna go ahead and create a new one. I'm gonna call it my home page. So I created this new page, or I'm editing an existing page.
So if I'm in my own website and I would like my front page,
Create a new page.
how?
So go to pages on the left-hand side. Yeah, if you don't want to mess with what you've already got.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So pages and then plus page on the top right. Add page or.
Yeah.
Plus page.
Okay, and now I'm gonna print all this out. Put all this in?
Yeah, so what you're gonna do, when you're in the editing mode of the pages, you're gonna actually have to go into the code. So if I was to type it right here, it wouldn't do me any good. But if I click here on HTML editor, that takes me into the code environment for the page, and then I can just paste it in.
Oh, right there. So I'm gonna paste it all in.
Paste it all in. Paste it all into the pages. So basically what you're left with if you do this and you paste the code in is tables that's basically asking you for images. And you're gonna go in and add the images that you want, okay, that are relevant to your class. So I've done that and I'm gonna click save, and this is what I'm left with. Notice it doesn't look anything like my example. Which one did I pick? 3, right? It doesn't look like that, but when we put a banner and when we put some buttons in, it's going to be exactly the same page. That's all we have to do, okay? So I hope you guys kind of, is everyone the same? I'm sorry? We're going to create our graphics now. So why did you copy? The graphics are saved in the other course, and so by copying it over, you're not actually copying the classes. The code is just looking for an image that's, but we don't have that in this class in all of your sandboxes. So what we're gonna do now. So now I want to kind of do the
You go to pages, then the next step is if you view all pages.
Yes. I don't know if we're gonna have time.
Add a page.
Okay, so perfect. So
Just like micro apps.
all right, what I want to do is I at least want to get you guys to create your banner, okay? Because that's kind of fun to do, and we have 20 minutes. So I think hopefully we can do it in the 20 minutes, all right? So we're going to create a banner that looks similar to what this is, something but for your classes, okay? So we're going to go back to, if you still have the DIY page open, it's called Pixlr Express. Or you can just search Pixlr. You can just search it in Google if you wanted to. Or you can just click on the Pixlr Express link. So it's called Pixlr Express. It should also be in the page that you created. There's little links at the bottom that say Pixlr Express.
What are you doing with that?
We're going to create a banner. Like a simple, hopefully a simple banner into the image. Yeah. So we've got the framework now. Now we're going to work on creating a banner.
So browse.
Okay, perfect. So we've opened up Pixlr Express. We're gonna open up one more tab, okay? If you tab right here, you can just add another tab. The first thing we're gonna do, and just go to Google, which actually it probably should default to Google. We're gonna think about the image that we want the banner to be, okay? The background image that I want for my banner, the best ones are landscapes, sunsets. So just for the ease of today, let's pick, like, we can either do like the Grand Canyon or like a sunset. So just do those search terms, okay? We just don't want to spend too much time trying to figure out which picture we like the best, basically. You can use sunset, sunrise, Grand Canyon, something like that. Once you've done it, click on images. Okay, so you should now see a bunch of really pretty pictures of a sunset or a Grand Canyon. Or a video, all right? So we're gonna scroll through them. Another, one of the tools that you're gonna wanna pay attention to, when you do something like this where you're actually like downloading an image, if you look up at the top and you click on search tools on Google, it has a usage rights link, all right?
Say that again.
So when you search in Google, under search tools, like up at the top, there's a usage rights. And this is for copyright. It's a good idea to just pay attention to that and not use something that's not been labeled for reuse. Okay? It's just good. So search tools. So click on search tools, then click usage rights. And we want to select labeled for non-commercial reuse. So the last one down at the bottom. And that's for anything. So really when you're searching any image, you want to make sure that what you're downloading or saving is legal.
What did you say we're going to select the very last one? Labeled for non-commercial?
Yeah, labeled for non-commercial. All right, so now we're going to look, not going to take too long. Any picture that kind of stands out, the longer, if it's a longer image, it's good. Something that looks a little bit longer, like a banner. Don't use something that's too square. Okay, so we want, I'll probably use something like this one. Just anything that looks appealing to you. All right, so now we'll click on View Image. And now you should have this really beautiful image on your screen. Right-click it and Save Image As. And we're going to save it to our desktop.
Mine coming up with an off snap.
Uh-oh. Oh, because the image isn't available anymore? Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, my image isn't available.
It's not available? Just select another one. Yeah? Okay, perfect. All right, so we've got this really pretty image, and hopefully you guys have selected something that any of the images that you selected will work fine. So we've got that. That's going to be the background. Now it's time for us to go into Pixlr and start creating this banner. So
You said save image as.
save image as, and then save it to the desktop. Right-click it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so now that we've got this image saved, we've got the page template already going on. Now we're going to go to Pixlr Express, back to where we were. I'm going to select this one in the middle, Pixlr Express. Don't select any of these two. We want this one. So Pixlr Express Launch Web App. This is a really cool tool for all sorts of stuff. We're doing a banner, but you can upload images and add all sorts of stuff. So we've got our Pixlr Express. We're going to do the browsing feature right here. So you're going to select the first option here, browse.
And open it.
You got it. And then look for that, should be on your desktop, the file, and then open it. And it should appear right there. So sunrise is beautiful. Anything that's like pretty, got the, you guys are great. Okay, so notice that this image is a little big, right? It's gonna take up a lot of space, so we're gonna crop it a little bit first. So the first thing we're gonna do is on the bottom left where it says adjustment, click on adjustment. All of these tools open up. You want the one that's called crop. And here, there's a grid that will appear, and all we want to do is kind of drag. The grid might give you a hard time. Sometimes it does that, but I just kind of want.
Where do I go after I've got the image up on here? How do I put it on?
So I'm going to crop it just so it's a little bit smaller. I don't need something so big.
Yeah. I want mine to make it a little bit lighter.
How do you want it? You want it?
Lighter.
So now that you've kind of cropped it and you've done whatever you wanted, there's a bunch of other little things that you can do, but I'm just going to crop it, and then once I'm done cropping it, I'm going to click apply. So this is going to be my banner. And so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to add some text to it. That's it. So the way that you add text is adding the T button right here at the bottom. And they have a bunch of cool text. So you could use a novelty text. You could use one of the simpler texts. So I'm just going to use the sans text, and I'll pick any of them. There's a bunch. I'll just do franchise. And then you can say, so it may be kind of big, so you want to minimize the text. You can move it around however you want. Put your course. You can move the tag, you can do all sorts of stuff. You're not following instructions very well. Okay, so we should have something. It doesn't matter, again, you guys can go in and create another image, something that's nicer for you. If you did a sunset but you don't really like it, go back and do, you know, like a baseball field or whatever it is that you want. Like for the nursing one, I just picked a picture of, you know, a nurse. So you can do something like that. All right, once we've done this, I'm going to apply. Every time I do something, I'm going to click apply, and it applies it. And this is my final image. I don't want to get, this is it. I'm done. And on the top left-hand side, I'm going to click save. Once I'm done, I'm going to click save. I'm going to call it my, you can just call it the, whatever you want, banner. And the quality does not have to be too high. I would say the quality is about 65 is good enough. You don't want the quality to be too high because that means the file is large and it takes a lot longer for it to load. So we want to have a good quality, but not for it to take too long to load. So 65 is perfect. And then click save. I'm going to save it again on the desktop. And that's it.
I think you put it right down in the lower left corner. You went.
So we've created our banner now. Okay, we should have it saved on the desktop. All right, now it's time to put it inside of the template that we created. Okay, so let's go back to our sandbox And you should have some variation of this, right, where there's a lot of empty little spots, okay? So what I'll do is I'll click edit on the top right of the page. And all you have to do is basically save over this, right? So my banner for that nursing is gone. I'm gonna click it, make sure that it's clicked, okay? And then I'm gonna go on the right-hand side, click images, upload a new image, choose my file, and I'm gonna choose that cool banner that I just made. Open, upload, and done. So now I will save that. And now you've got a page that's got some something to it. It's fun.
Well,
Well, I found where the banner. No, I just found the first one is my Oh, well.
I see some really good headers. I'm really happy. But this is the thing. We're not going to have enough time to go over these things. But I want to briefly show you guys, you have something to start with now, right? So for your pages, what I've done is, regardless of the page that you selected, I have the links here at the bottom. Pixar Express is what we use for the banner. But for this one, like for the nursing page, I use this thing called the Button Factory, or the Button Factory. And it's the easiest way to create a button. You literally, all I have to do is type, I create a button really quick here. I download it, and then I have the button created. And then I can go back into my course and upload my buttons how I want them to. So all of the pages, regardless of the page that whichever one you selected, the tools that I use to create either the buttons or the icons, the links are right there at the bottom. So all you have to do is take a little bit of time doing exactly what we did, where you create the button, then go back into it, and then replace it. And that's it, you're done. Yes.
Yeah. The button has to be there.
Okay. And then, oh no, okay, try to file. Yes. Oh, okay. Pop up right there.
Oh, cool. There it is. I gotta get rid of her.
Yeah.
Oh, right there. So,
I have. Well, actually, if you go back on the page, how I got into this, go over the assignments, that's what I'm looking at right now. Yeah. Right.
so that's for you.
But now how? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we got this. I want to see the.
Me too. Nice. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So now how do we right there?
Make sure to hold it and get. You weren't even able to hear this. All your
That's right, you have the number. You don't have the
It's not unusual. Ready to go.
Got it here. Yeah. So I save it for the end.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's what she said, change the quality. So it's not like what it was.
So we're done with the session. This is, you guys, I do recommend that all of this stuff on how to change the icon and the button, all the information is there. Plus, there's some information on tutorials on basic HTML. So if you guys want to learn a little bit more about HTML, there's some tutorials that are really good.
Good. I don't know how you missed it.
Yeah, I'm not too busy. I need to do some things with my I'll be here all summer.
It doesn't work.
And then the this I like that. That must be a long. So you create this like cool. We have one more. All right, thank you so much for attending the session. Let's see who won. You, because you were so cool. Oh. Robin, how are you? There you are. If you guys have any questions as you want to maybe work on this, or you have ideas, or please do not hesitate to contact me or anyone in the department. More than willing to sit down with you guys and.
Give us these 3 templates to work with or more.
Well, I'm here, partner in crime.
Okay, hi. So I did some testing. When you plan this, I didn't realize that they won't be able to upload picture into the course using app because they don't have this course. So we'll ask them to use their browser on the mobile apps. So don't go to the app, but go to the browser, and you can get, the same. I already did posted some information.
Because they're going to need that to do it.
Look here. So funny. Anyways. But anyways, they'll be able to use their browsers. If they need to take a picture and they don't have a camera, or they can use this iPad.
Okay.
Because they didn't have time to set up a webcam or like that.
Okay. So, and you still want me to talk about 5 minutes about the community and all that other stuff?
Yeah. Are you okay with doing that?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Maybe share if you wanna open your course. You wanna use your course, or you just wanna talk about it?
I'll just talk about it. Okay. And then
I logged in, but then you're welcome to log out and log in.
No, because the only thing then is I'd click on the examples of the icebreakers for them. That's about it. If I put this right here, is this in your way?
No, good.
What time are we supposed to start, Maya?
In 10 minutes.
Thank you. I'll ask you a question.
Hey.
Those are for this session. I'm like, okay. So you gotta tell me what some of these mean. You have two pictures, either IMO, LOL, or OCD. OCD is left out. Okay. And no, but that would be funny. IMO. You know, I got internal management. That would be a total one. Oh, I got an OMG. That one I know. I don't allow my nephews to do it to me. So right. Spell everything out. No, it's not. There's nothing worse than the.
Thanks somewhere.
Oh, you're the one.
So we have 5 more minutes. So it would be a challenge for the teacher because we just, there is,
How do we
there are so
open
many
our?
ways, but it's access also. So we'll just talk about it. They can use the browser, they can use their cell phone.
How do you open the things on the tablet? Say again, how do we open these things on the tablet? You want to see them? How do we open like one of these? Can we open? This is the so we have the tablet there. Well, now, maybe this is hers. That's hers, so we have to, what if I click on that one? Maybe because it's mine. So I can't remember, it must be because it's mine, because nobody else can. Is it where?
I may run away in between now and then.
You're running away?
No, not yet.
Oh, I made a kitty.
That I don't know. Looks like it's from a spaceship of some sort.
So I added.
What is that?
It's a microphone. I added. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Close the background. Very cool.
I remember the open course picture.
Oh, here. Did you? Yes. Did you?
So I added. Here. So the course is the link to the course. That's how you can access it.
And then we have the modules.
And then we can go into the course and they can follow.
Two more minutes.
Yeah, oh my God, that's so beyond. That is so good. Okay, thanks.
Did you already put your ticket in?
Oh, is this another one? Yeah, no. I never put anything up. I know why.
There's some here.
I certainly will. You're welcome.
We have some more stickers. If you like them, yes, I need enough.
Anyone have any tickets to go in? All right.
Well, you know. Thank you. Yeah, they're, you can pick different pockets. The fun
Oh, thank you.
I know it's against the law.
You can try. I don't think it's, yeah.
Is my sign still on the
So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our session. For those of you who haven't met me, I'm Sue Matheny, and I'm working with Maya. And I can't say your last name.
Fahamova.
Thank you. She has it better than I do. And today we're talking about setting the hook. And for those of you who are fishermen and fisherwomen, you know that fish are very slippery. And when you're fishing, you want to make sure that you get the hook set so that the fish does not escape you. And students, in some respects, in face-to-face classes and in online classes, are slippery. I prompted him to do that. So what we wanted to do was find some ways of engaging students. Now, all of us, when we do face-to-face classes, have some techniques we use to bring students together and develop a sense of community. But online courses are a little bit more difficult because, as you know, they don't see us in the flesh and we don't see them in the flesh. So what Maya and I are going to do today is show you some ways of breaking the ice.
I would like you to go to our EduTech 2015 open course. So there is a URL if you don't have it open. It's an open course. So on both sides, we have URLs to that course. So in your browser window, just type my.phsc.edu/courses/1215359. And if you go to the modules, the session is, the one you need is from 235 to 305. And in that session, find the Setting the Hook with Us, the course. And that course has a link to another open course. So click on that link to go to our course, and we can show you, we have all the resources that you would need for the session.
Okay. Do you mind if I go into the modules?
Yeah,
okay.
Or modules.
I'm going to just go in modules.
Yeah. This is the EduTech. This is our course.
Okay. So what we've done is we've created a course for you, and what I wanted to point out, I know we're going to ask you to take some selfies today, post some selfies, but also post to a discussion board. But if you're interested in ice-breaking activities, I've made a list with all of the links for you. And let me go to the next one. So I've given you 6 or 7 different sources. I teach English, so I don't count for math. So you can see where they are, and go ahead and look at some of them because some of them are quite good. But today, we want you to break the ice by taking a selfie and then going to the discussion.
And again, it's on the homepage.
On the homepage.
Access.
Homepage. Okay. And you are all of our dear mystery guests, so we'd like you to take a picture and enter and sign in, please, and tell us 3 things about yourself that most people don't know and that you do not mind sharing with us.
So on the homepage, were you able to access our open course?
Yes.
Okay, so on the homepage of that course, and everything has will help you if you don't, if you're not there.
Yeah. Your mystery guest?
Yes, click on the homepage, click on the discussion, forum. Okay.
Maybe it just says home to open it. They need to open it. Don't need to open it. Discussion. They need to go in and open it.
Or publish it.
This is what
Yeah, but it
I
doesn't, yeah, and then I get this, and then you log in, and then you can't get in.
You're in the same place. You need to.
Did you sign into?
Yes.
Okay, that's where you are?
Is the module published?
Just go in and
Just use that.
Wait a minute, yeah, but I didn't sign in, and I can't get in either. It tells me to sign
I
in.
went to that discussion forums, the discussion forums, that's where you went?
And then go into.
No, I clicked right on the discussion stuff. That's just,
What do you mean the discussion stuff?
in order to do the discussion, you're supposed to be able to click right where it says dear Mr. Guest.
Oh,
that?
right.
Discussion forums, I go to this.
I need to do something.
I apologize. Let's just start. The course is organized. Everything is on the home page. So when you go to the home page of the course, we have our module with all the information, and this is for your resources, for you to go back and review. But today what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the discussion, and the name of the discussion is Dear Mr. Guest. So scroll down.
And then you
Unauthorized.
open it or change the
Unauthorized
date.
is
Page is part of the content of the course.
Yeah, you need to look at your teacher.
Unauthorized.
Right. Please
I'm
make
just
sure you're
like-
authorized to the content. If you think it should be involved, please help.
No.
I was gonna change the sentence.
That's because you don't use Internet Explorer when you're. using
Yes, I apologize. Try and refresh the course and try accessing that again.
Through.
Through Chrome.
Chrome, yeah, Chrome would be the best browser. No, it didn't work.
Chrome is telling me
So
that-
try, I'm getting turned down. Try when you go to that as an instructor, go to your module, your Dear Mr. Guest, and go to the edit and see if you've got the dates it's open and all that kind of stuff.
It is open.
No.
We don't have any restrictions.
There are some things that are coming up like this in here because there's been other sessions that you didn't get into everything from in here.
That's okay, we got the idea, let's go.
So, but is it possible? Can you log in into the system and
But
it doesn't work?
No, it isn't working for me.
There's some things in here that all day it hasn't been working. I've been here all day.
This is the first time.
So I apologize. Let's go back to the EduTech 2015 and click on a link again, and it will ask you to self-enroll. Maybe that will help so you can be added to the course. So let's go back to this course, to the EduTech 2015, and click on the link.
Why don't you ask them to take their selfies while we are working?
Okay. So I just want
Where do you
just
say
one minute.
self-enroll?
Yes, you don't get that? It's not asking you to self-enroll?
Just like, let's go to the, with the flags and then go that way.
Yeah, I apologize. It's
Assignment published?
the course is
Okay.
Mhm.
The assignment published.
Yep. It's published.
it's published and it's open and it's I mean everything is open. I just don't. Just one more thing and.
What I have noticed is you don't have it in your discussions. So is it a discussion assignment?
It's a discussion assignment,
Because it's not
yes.
showing up in discussions.
I don't even have discussions, all I have is home.
Well, while we're waiting for this, why don't you just take your phones and take a selfie so that we can get started as soon as we get all of this taken care of?
So what I did, I added to the navigation system on the left-hand side. I don't know if it will help really, and to open the assignment.
Yes, I apologize for that. I'm not sure
why it isn't working.
Why it, yeah.
That is one of the joys
So
of technology.
so what we're trying to do here is to get students to get to know each other, and in the course we have the resources to we're basically telling why it's important and why activities like this help to build the community. And so what we try here is to create this discussion where students would answer the questions, and we, in the beginning of the semester, we ask them to post a photo of, a selfie, and then 3 things that they would like to share with the class. And of course, this is the perfect example how all the technologies are different. I use my iPad and everything looks great on my iPad, but when I open it on a PC, you can see that my picture is not perfect. But this was easy. It took me only probably 2 minutes to post, take a selfie, write really quick things about myself and post it to a discussion forum. And so this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to show you how easy it would be to take a picture with your phone. If you don't have a device with you, I have this iPad, so we can use this. I can walk around and we can take pictures and then upload it into your files in my PHSC. And I can show you how easy it would be to add it to your course. We can't unfortunately use this sandbox, but maybe one of your courses will be able to log in and do this. So let me know if you don't have a device with you, and I'll work and we can take a selfie and post it on the website. There are ways where you can email the picture to yourself. You can share it by emailing it, or you can just use a web browser or Canvas app to upload a picture. So let me know if you need help doing that.
We can't put it in a picture.
I'm sorry?
I need a picture.
You need a picture?
Not myself.
Yes.
That's glad. So what are we doing? You have I have, yeah, I have. I don't have it here. What's that? What was it? That was unless you have your app. I don't have it on my app. I don't have it yet. I'm behind me. It's right here. I don't have it. I figure out when to do it. So I'm taking it into. I don't know. Yeah. How do we bring that up? Where are you putting this? In ours?
So when you have your selfie on the phone, all you need to do is you can email it to yourself. You can also open up a web browser on your phone and go to my.phsc.edu and log in with your username and password. So on your phone, either you use Wi-Fi or just the wireless network. No signal.
No signal.
No signal.
It's one of those days.
Yeah, those days. But
have service on this campus. Yeah.
So try and see, because no. It's really easy when you go to a web browser like this, and let me enlarge this page. So let's say you access myphsc.edu website on your browser in your phone. The easiest way to add a picture is to click on your name in the right top corner. If you click on your name, There is something happening because it's kicking me out. But if you click on your name and you go to files, so click on your name and go to files, you'll be able to upload a picture. And then you can access this picture from any course. So any course, any page you create, you can actually use these personal files to add files into your course.
Oh. I took one, I did, and but how do I get?
So you gotta email it to yourself and then save it to the desktop.
Over,
So now I'm gonna log out.
I got my phone. I just want to watch. I want to see how it works.
Who else needs iPad to take a picture? No? Okay.
You can send it to you. Whatever email address.
So let me know who else would need were able to get the connection to upload the picture.
I'm working on it.
And
I'm working on it.
Firefox
I
is
have.
giving the same message.
You want to see my picture? Here, I
I have a dog on mine. My profile picture is a dog.
That doesn't stop.
Yes, I really, it's just, I'm not sure what's happening, but, so just, so we, in Canvas, we all have personal files, right? Just files that are accessible to you. So in my case, I upload the picture into my files, and I'll show you how easy it is to get this picture from any page. So you're gonna go into a course. So let me go back to the home page. And what I'll do is I'm gonna go into one of the courses. And what I will do, I will create a page from scratch. So I'm gonna go to pages. And I will add a page. And so to add a picture from your personal files, you're gonna click on this little tree icon. This little tree icon will allow you to post any pictures that you have in your personal files. And so it's gonna give you 3 tabs: URL, Canvas, and Flickr. You're gonna click on the Canvas tab, and these are your files from your personal files. So you don't even have to upload them into your course. All you need to do is to upload them to your personal files, and you can grab that picture from anywhere, from any course you want. So here's my picture, and you can either it's a discussion or it's a page. You're gonna get the same rich content editor. So you're gonna just grab an image. You're gonna type in the text, and that's how easy it is. It only takes a few minutes, but you know your students are gonna be engaged. Do you want to talk a little bit more about your? I'm sorry, about your course and give them an example of.
One of the things Maya wanted me to talk about is I do teach the online world cinema class, and I'm going to be using this ice-breaking activity that we should have been able to do today with my class on this fall. I do discussion forums with my class, and I have found that the first couple times I taught world cinema, I had very poor feedback in the discussions because I made them just optional. I have gotten a little bit smarter since then. I have now assigned a point value to the discussions. And the big laugh, I'll tell all of you, is they have 6 discussions based on the films that we see in the class and their most favorite film and the best film they've ever seen. And each discussion is worth 3/4 of a point. But what amazes me so much is people will come in and they will write. I mean, it's almost like essays. Their discussion posts are so long, and they will respond so much to one another. So this time, because there's so many of them don't have pictures, and I don't know with whom I'm dealing, I said, well, I want to start an icebreaker. And so I'm going to be using this icebreaker that we attempted to do today, because I want them in a discussion, and I am going to probably kick up the number of extra credit points for it to get them all in there so we can get some more feedback, because I get tired of just seeing little blank pictures and I don't know whom I'm talking to. So I have found that the discussions work very well.
I love your picture idea.
Thank you. And it, you know, I'm hoping that it is going to work.
I hadn't thought of that. I think I'm gonna do that too.
And in that online icebreakers that I've given, there are a number of good ones. For those of you, how many of you, just out of curiosity, are from the north? Okay. Does for me.
Pensacola?
That'll count. That's north of here. I think so anyway. But anyway, one of the options for doing an online icebreaker was to create a time capsule of the years you were born. Well, I don't want people to know that I'm old enough legally to buy booze and vote. So one of the options for doing that is to talk about where you were born and tell something about your hometown, which I also think would be a pretty good icebreaker. And hopefully I've remembered my password. Well, we're getting all kinds of error messages.
Boy, I can't wait to start teaching here in Ezra next Tuesday.
But anyway, here's an example of my discussion so that you can see what I asked. The first one I asked them to do is their best and worst movies. Which ones did they like best? Which ones did they like least? Then I have them do a discussion for their comments about each of the movies. And it amazes me how they change. Last term, everybody and their brother, first cousin, wife, and husband detested Pan's Labyrinth. This time, it was one of the more favorite movies that was shown. And the last thing I do as my follow-up is I have them do a film evaluation of the entire 5-movie section that they've looked at to see which one they like best. Because in my face-to-face class, I give the students the option of selecting some of the films that the next group will be watching. It also sounds kind, but that way I can blame them if the students don't like the new films. But anyway, that's how I've used discussions and ice-breaking activities. So other than technology, I'm willing to answer any questions except my age or how much I weigh.
How are you encouraging students to put their photograph on their name? I mean, we can't say they must.
I am going to put it as an extra credit activity. It will be another discussion forum for them to do, and I'll probably assign 3 to 5 points for it. And if that is an incentive, I don't know what is.
We also in the course you have access to these pages. We create we add tons of material on how to build effective learning communities, and we talked about the ice-breaking activities and kinds of ice-breaking activities, tons of resources for you. We also added a little description of what selfie is, and so just explore if you have, when you get a moment, explore the course and see if you can find any ideas for your courses. Do you have any questions? All right, and I apologize for the technology. It's just.
But that's good because it's not just us.
It's not. Yes, it happens to all of us. All right, I'll let you pick.
That one. Okay. And the winner of the grand prize is Mary Slaughter. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Lovely.
Not sure why. I went in and tried. I couldn't get into it either. It just isn't working. I mean, I know that we did it right.
Well, as long as you're deciding.
But the question is, Maya, why is it working up here at the bunker and it's not working at the computer?
It's our mom logged in. I'm logged in. Okay, Mary's.
Next, so I'm just gonna put my stuff right here.
I'll test it. I'm not sure what to say because everything was open.
I have no idea.
It's definitely something that I overlooked.
Life happens.
Ladies' room, but I'm leaving.
That was good.
No, you don't want to go to any restaurant. I don't want to eat. Well, I'm just thinking. Mine's education. I learned a lot of education. The rest of the classes were all about teaching. Well, we had that too. Some things. Like
Yeah, give me a call.
I had 3 classes that were just teaching. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so now that was the first. I know. Yeah.
It's not because it's not. So I have to just do that. Okay, so that's she's I think because she's
Ours was difficult, it wasn't either. Somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go Wolves.
Yeah.
Go Wolves.
Yeah, right?
Go Wolves too.
Yeah.
Turn in that stadium.
Huh?
Turn in the ice house.
Are they?
Don't forget the tickets and the stickers. Let me know if you need stickers and tickets.
You know, the web thing, the thing that was on here this morning is not on here now.
They broke it for the last one too, so.
They did?
Yeah.
The link is not there. Oh, wait a minute. This may be it. See, this stuff's not mine. What,
Yeah, what the, you can just log out.
okay, we have to do the Google.
You can log
Log
on.
on.
Oh, you actually it's your account.
This is not, well, wait a minute. Yeah, it's mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I
Oh, yeah, I never left. I don't know. I didn't realize they were all in the same room. Okay. Yeah.
PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, we're doing good. Getting about making banners. Right, yeah. Like, don't get crap, a bunch of it, stuck them on there. I know, you did. Like, oh my God, I forgot. No, yeah, you don't have that. Okay. Yeah, I did, I guess. I don't know.
You are well prepared. Those are your phones. I need some of those.
So it's 3:15, so I'm going to get started. I'm Mary Slaughter, and I'm a professor of office administration. I'm going to show y'all how to jazz up PowerPoints in 30 minutes, and I had to really try to scale everything back because it's hard to show you everything there is to know in just 30 minutes, as you've probably seen in your other sessions. So what I'm going to do first is just show you like a little video that is really sort of what I call a jazzed up PowerPoint, because if you can turn them into videos, you can upload them to YouTube, you can post them out there, and then you can just sit back and watch them. So then after we do that, I actually have like a little practice file for you to put in a video and for us to go a little bit further. So that's where we're going with this. So let me restart it. I've got to restart it.
Says narrations, ink, and laser pointer.
Okay. I may have to start all over.
PowerPoint presentations, jazzing them up. I'm Mary Slaughter, professor of office administration at Pasco Hernando State College, located on the West Campus in Newport Richey. I'm going to show you a few tricks on jazzing up your PowerPoint presentations, primarily using video. This is a PowerPoint presentation that has already been created. On the first slide, audio has been inserted. On the last slide, a short video has been inserted. What I'm going to do now is show you how to do voiceover on this slide presentation so that it will automatically run. The way you do that is you click on Record Slideshow under the Slideshow tab. You say Start Recording from Beginning. You make sure that both of these have check marks in them. One says Slide and Animation Timing, and the other one says Narrations, Ink, and Laser Pointer. I'm going to click on Start Recording. You will see a little timer come up in the upper left-hand corner. Now, everything that I'm going to say at this point is being recorded. I'm going to do a presentation on watching for motorcycles. Motorcyclist needs. They need a full lane to drive in. They should not be sharing the lane with another motorcyclist, and certainly not a car. They need more following distance. 3 to 4 seconds is what they need to be able to stop. They need to be extremely cautious at intersections. Now let's hope that this motorcyclist appears to the vehicle.
Now that's a video that was inserted and then I'm talking over it.
I'm going to stop the timer up at the top. And now, if I go to View, click on the View tab, and I look at the slide sorter, I will see that there are timings, 13 seconds on the first slide, 35 seconds on the second slide, and 17 seconds on the last slide. So this little video should last about 1 minute when it's run. This PowerPoint presentation has voiceover and it automatically runs. We want to convert it though to a video so that we can upload it on YouTube and share it. To show you how it runs right now, I'm going to click on From Beginning and sit back and let you watch it.
And it's a little bit different than the one I just showed you because I cleaned it up a little bit because that first one made some mistakes.
Motorcyclist needs. A motorcyclist needs a full lane width. The motorcyclist should not share the lane with another motorcyclist and certainly not with a car. A motorcyclist needs more following distance, 3 to 4 seconds more. A motorcyclist needs to exhibit extreme caution at intersections. Let's hope that this motorcyclist follows these guidelines.
Okay, I thought it was going to keep on running here and show you how to convert it to the video.
This PowerPoint presentation has voiceover and it automatically runs.
It's not. Sorry, I'm having. Okay. What you actually do, let me just show you what you would do if you wanted to take this PowerPoint and save it as a video file. It's so easy. If you've got it all set up and it automatically runs already. Okay, so that you can just take your PowerPoint presentation, you can just start it and run it. That's the way you would want to have it set. So you would want to already have gone in here and recorded. This is where I went to record over here. So that would already be set up so that when you went to view, I always double check and make sure that I've got my timings on there and it's about the right time. And I see a little speaker on all the slides. So let's assuming everything's working fine when I just set it up and run it. You always want to test it that way. And then you just click on File. You go like you're saving as. You browse over to wherever it is that you want to save it. Let's say I wanted to save it into the document library. I just click on this down arrow here, and I have a couple of choices for video. I can save it as the MPEG-4 video, or I could save it as a Windows Media video. So depending on the format you wanted to put it in, you can upload it to YouTube no matter which format you put it in. It'll take either one, but it won't take the PowerPoint. You can't just take the PowerPoint and upload it to video. So let's say I want to save it as a Windows Media file. I just choose that and I save. That's it. That's all I have to do. Now, the thing you do have to do is you have to wait a while. When it's converting to a video, see down here, I don't know if you can see, you can't see. At the very bottom here in this orange, and I don't want to pull this down and mess it up, okay? But where this orange is, and you can't see it back there, it is saying creating video 1, PowerPoint presentations, you know, it's going through it saying save it. And I have had videos that I've created take up to 10 minutes to actually go through all of this and save. You can minimize the screen, but you can't, and you can go do something else, but you don't want to just close it, because if it starts to save like that, which I did this when I first started saving these, I just automatically closed it, and then I just go back and say, well, why didn't it save? Well, it doesn't just save. You have to look down there and watch till it completes it. So now I'm just going to close this out because I've demonstrated how you do that. In fact, if you try to close it out, it will remind you, but still, you know, like what a lot of us do is we just see some error message and just say yes and go on, okay? So anyway, the thing is that I did take that motorcycle one that you saw there. This is something real that we are teaching students in CGS 1100. The CGS 1100 students, when they come out of there now, that is one of their projects. They're inserting that video. They are inserting the sound. They're learning how to do all of that. The only part that I'm showing you that they don't automatically go and learn in every single CGS 1100 class is the part about the voiceover and then saving it to, converting it to a video. But in my class, I do go over that with my students because it doesn't take very long for me to go over it with them. I go over it with them because when they get to if they do take my business communications class, what my students are required to do in business communications is they have to do an oral presentation, and their oral presentation has to be a PowerPoint. And I tell them I'm not teaching a PowerPoint, but I will teach them how to do the voiceover. And then if they want to convert it to a video, I'll show them how to do the video, because see how fast I just showed you how to do it. And then it's quick. But all of this other stuff, the students are coming to the students know how to do it. And some of these presentations I get from the students they're so well done, very professionally done. So anyway, on this motorcycle one, if it runs on here, it says Windows cannot complete the extraction destination file could not be created. I'm not exactly sure why, but anyway, that is a media file that did work on another computer before I came in here. So anyhow, because I have uploaded it to YouTube, and I could show you how to get it on YouTube, but it would just take too much time since we only have 30 minutes. What I do want to do is I have created a little practice file. And if you can get logged into Canvas, I'm gonna let you try this and show you how you can get in, upload, actually put the audio sound and put the video sound into the sound. And if you get into my page if you get down to here in Canvas on the course, and you go to the PowerPoint zipped file, you can click it there, and when you do, you'll come up with, down here, it can be opened. And when it opens, all of the files that I've used to do the presentation, they're out there for you that you can go play around with them and look at them again after this course. But the one that we're going to practice with is the one that says practice on it.
Well, there's two practices.
Let me see.
Practice/Mary.
Oh, the one that says practice/Mary is one I already did. It's completed. That one's done. That one already has the video in it and everything. That's what we're working toward. I just created, what I did here on this one that says practice, I just created a little PowerPoint just so we could practice with it, and I could show you how to insert the audio file and how to insert a video file, because that's something that we do have time to do. If you go to the second slide, and I'm going to just walk you through this, in order to insert an audio sound file, you click on insert, the insert tab up at the top. You go over to where it says media, and you go to audio, and you click the down arrow. Now, there's something that doesn't work, and this doesn't work here on campus, and it doesn't work on my computers at home. I don't know what Microsoft has done. It's even in our textbook that you can click on that online audio, and you can go out. They say that you can go out and grab an online audio and then insert it directly from online, and it doesn't work. So what I have found is if you're going to grab audio from a site that's online, you have to go get it. You save that audio onto a flash drive or onto the hard drive, and then you just insert it from my PC. And of course, we always have to be very careful about where we're getting this from. And I just made a mistake here, because I should have told you that what you have to do is we have to save it, because when I opened up this right here, when I opened up these files, this is a video right here, and this is an audio, and I'm going to select them, and I'm going to right click and copy them, and then I'm going to put them over here in the documents folder, because you have to have them saved somewhere. You have to have your files saved somewhere. So you could.
So which one do you?
What we're going to be inserting is we're going to be inserting the motorcycle wave. You know that sound that was the motorcycle sound? That's what's in this file. That's the wave file. What now?
Both of those files?
Right. You need to copy, and then the video file we're going to insert is the one that says creating a video MP4. We're going to take those two files, and you need to save them to a flash drive, or you need to save them to the hard drive. You could just use the documents folder on the does anyone need me to come out there and help you do this? Okay, because we have to have it saved somewhere. So I'm going to start back again. We've got to come over here to the audio. We go to the insert tab. We go down to audio on my PC. Then I can navigate over to documents. Now I can take this motorcycle file and I can insert it. Now the sound is there. If I want to test it out, I can click, and there it is. Okay, here's the way I got it. It's first saved on the documents folder, in the documents folder, which is on the hard drive, or it's on a flash drive. That's where your file has to be. Is everybody with me, or do I need to come help? One thing I do in my classes, I do come help. Okay.
So where did you save the sound from?
Okay, here's what you do. Click on that, the way, click on that, okay? Hold down the shift and click on the video file. Hold down shift first, click on video, right click, copy. Now let's go over here to documents. Click down here, right click and paste. Okay, now you've got the files there. So now you can get back over into PowerPoint. Now, okay, go to this file, this right here. Then you click on insert, you click on audio, click on audio from my PC, click on the WAV file, and click in. It's that easy to put it in there. Now there's something else I'm going to show you about these audio files, but does anybody need me help you get the audio file in there?
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah.
got lost. I
Because for
copied
you
it.
to play around with it, you've got to get it in there. Okay. Now, you need to copy it over to the hard drive still. Okay. You need to click on the WAV file. Hold down the shift key. Click on the video file.
Got it.
You got it. Right click.
Yeah, I got it.
Let your finger up. Hold, point to here and right click. Copy. Now, we want to navigate over. Oh, it's right here to the documents folder. Right here.
Just put it anywhere inside there.
And then click in the blank space.
Right. Down,
Right click.
down, right there. And just
paste.
right click.
Now we have the files on a hard drive.
Pasting.
Which is what you have to do. Bring them in. Let's just minimize this.
So which file is the video file?
We're in here. Okay, so you've got to go enable editing.
I found that one.
Okay, I got it. Copy paste. No, I just there. Here, go to all your downloads. All downloads. See the underlined word, gray.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
All downloads. And then you go back to those, picking one of those PowerPoint. Click two.
See, you do these two.
Just the way.
Just the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll write this copy and then go out of, I think you can here. And then.
Can't do a read on the file. It's a read on the file.
I don't know. I haven't gone.
There's a motorcycle way, yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
you'll
right.
find out.
Where are we here?
But I thought we were, she just wanted this on, just the motorcycle sound.
Okay, well, I insert this there. We gotta insert. Okay.
I mean, when you open it, it should open it. I mean, it may force us, sometimes it forces you to just
Where did you go back?
But
So you can.
we're not really.
Okay, so what?
Okay. I'm gonna open this one.
Wait here. Here.
See, this is the way it's worked through. I don't know what inserted it's like what. Okay, so we're in here. Now you click on insert. We're gonna go out and get the sound. And insert.
Keep that working. I don't know.
Then click on audio. Click on audio on my PC. Navigate over to where we saved it and we put it in the documents folder, which is right here. That's a WAV file. It's a sound file. So we click on it and I'm gonna insert it. And there it is.
I can't hear it.
Oh, can't hear it, because we don't have speakers on this computer and it's probably turned way down. Oh, it's turned down off too. That makes a difference. So you can barely hear it. Did you see what we did? Okay. Does anyone else need help getting the sound in? Okay, everybody with me? We've got the sound in there. Now I'm going to show you some things you can do with it. that if you click on this sound, you have to have it selected. And then see where it says playback? If you go to playback, this is where, do you notice when I showed you the video, it automatically, when it went to that slide, it automatically started, when it started, it just started playing. I didn't have to click on it or anything. If I left it just on the default, I would have to then click on it to make the sound start. But I wanted it to automatically start when that PowerPoint started. This is part of jazzing it up. So what I need to do is I need to click right here and say automatically. So it's going to start automatically. So that's one thing I've done. I have this selected down here. I click on this up here and I say automatically. Now, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say I want it to loop until stop. So I'm going to click under loop and still, I'm going to put a little check mark beside that because I want that sound of that motorcycle on that first slide to keep on going until I go to the next slide. So that's what loop until stopped is having it do. Now, it may not really be necessary, but I'm going to click on rewind after playing too. Okay, just because I do. Then one other thing is on volume. If I want this to play in the background, I really want it to be low, the volume to be low. I have choices here. I could make it low, medium, or high, and I'll tell you high is loud. That's louder than that first slide that I showed you. I had it set at low. You also have a choice of mute, but I don't know why anybody would put sound in a video and then make it mute, but that is a choice. Then you can do other things like fade it in, fade it out. Another thing you can do that I've done on mine is because when it switched over, this sound file really will go. If you click on trim, if you look here, it says end time. So it's really going about 30 seconds. And that first slide, I really didn't want it to go 30 seconds. So what I did is I brought it back to where it was only going, I can't remember, maybe about 5 seconds. Because that doesn't seem like very long, but it's kind of like a long time to see that very first slide. So, because what will happen if I don't make that sound slide, that sound go less amount of time, and I click on it and I want the slide to advance, it doesn't really advance when it gets into that auto mode until it gets to the end of the 30 seconds. At first, I didn't know why it was taking so long, and then I went and figured that out. So I'm just telling you so you don't have to try to figure it out. So I'm going to make it a little bit shorter. Now, okay, I've done all of those things. I want to test it before I move on. And I'm going to go to slideshow, and I'm just going to go from current. So it's testing. Now it stopped. It stopped after the 5 seconds. But what I would have done, that would have been long enough for me on that first slide for me to say from current slide, say what I wanted to say about this, and then click, and it goes over to the next slide anyway. You just have to play around with that sort of thing. Any questions so far? Sound. Okay. The trick is, regardless of if you're trying to do this and you try to go out and insert, and you go to auto and try to insert it from online auto, I have not figured out a way to make that work. And even the authors of our textbook, I think it used to work because they put a note out, and there's a little correction on that it just doesn't work. Okay, we're going to move to inserting a video. Now, to insert a video, it's the same. You go to insert, you go click on video, you click on video from my PC, and go out and get the video and insert it. Now, it looks like a picture, but it's really a video. If you want to test it,
this PowerPoint presentation.
See? It's going.
Has voiceover.
That's
It
a video.
automatically runs.
Now, what I did when I put together that presentation that I showed you, it appeared like when I showed that PowerPoint presentation that it was all one PowerPoint. Let me see if I can stop this thing.
Go back. Go back to your side. Go, there you go, there. Click on the arrow.
Yeah. Okay. The thing about it is that
Has voiceover and it automatically runs.
okay. How about this? Let's just, I don't save it. I'm just going to close it. Yeah, something happened. And what I would do is I would just get out of it. But what I did with that PowerPoint that I showed you, I actually had recorded this video file, and I took that video file and I inserted it into a PowerPoint. And then I had another video file that I inserted into a PowerPoint. So then when I ran the PowerPoint and the videos started automatically with each slide on the click, then it appeared when I got the whole thing done like everything was all in one, right? Okay, you didn't know that when I showed you the first presentation I did up here, that really there were two videos embedded in that PowerPoint that was running automatically. But to make it work properly, that's what I basically had to do, because I wouldn't. So you can take PowerPoints and you can put them inside PowerPoints and you can put videos inside of that. Now there's also a way in your PowerPoint to put in a video. It does work if you go out to insert and you go to, if you go to insert and you go to video and you do it from online. You can do that, but it's very, very tricky to try to get it to automatically run. You need to have that you need to have that video in order to make it automatically run if you're trying to automate it. So I think I'm out of time. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer them real quick. Or if anybody starts working with this and you have issues with it, if you need some help, you can contact me. So, and everything we did is right here. Okay. I guess we're going to have a drawing. Has everyone put their ticket in the basket?
Don't we just have more classes?
One.
Let me see. Yeah, I thought I need to put it in.
And I'll just mention to you, there's a lot more that I could have shown you about how to do the PowerPoints, but in the essence of time, let me pick. Penn Pollen. Perry Pollen, sorry. My glasses are not on.
The numbers before I'm staying here.
Hey.
Give me your phone number.
I got one, just like 9 months.
Work with it a little bit, but I like the motorcycle example.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
That's why I look at that.
I seen my dad say, I said, this is what I want to do, like make my lectures, audio. And I know I gotta have the typing on it. Now, y'all had showed us something when I was doing the research about how you can talk, and it'll translate for you. That's what I want to get involved in. I want to try to put all my.
You don't have a script, right? You're just gonna create those videos and then you wanna get it transcribed through YouTube. There is a tool when you create videos like this, right?
I don't need actually need, I just want to take the PowerPoint, make an article instead of them just having to read it, make them be able to hear it. And I know for ADA compliance, they need to have it like that. So
That's a problem because with audio, there are some text, just speech to text programs that we have. So you can work with us. They're not accurate. You have to go back and
edit them, right?
But we do have options, so stop by and when you, or maybe you wanna create one, short one, and then we can see what we can do with it and how we can transcribe it. Yeah.
Okay.
Where do we turn these little cards in? We're putting stickers on.
It's gonna up front. Donna and Brianna are gonna stay in the lobby, and we'll be collecting them after this one.
Where do I leave them?
It's not.
She turned it's in the green box, right? Upstairs is on everything's upstairs.
This one, there is a box up front or in our building, but the card is. I'm not sure.
In the lobby.
In the lobby. Yeah. Check the conference center. Dana should be there to collect those.
What time is this?
I need to check.
You know, it doesn't matter what we do. We just, you're too easy. I know. Put another sticker and another. I'm stickered out. I want another lid.
We might have more ribbons in the conference center. We might have more ribbons.
No, she's just,
I said I want one, and she showed me her ribbon's better than mine.
No, it said that.
That's on the ribbon. No, they are.
Right, I like it.
It's cute.
Okay.
Okay. What time are you starting?
55.
55.
These are wrong. I have 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Huh?
So it's just.
Yeah, we are.
It's a little bit confusing.
Well, it's hard when things don't work, because it's like you're trying to get it to work and it's not working.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
You won something? I did. I have not won anything.
I haven't won anything either.
Yeah.
That's two of us.
I don't know what
But last year, I won something. Maya.
Oh, no, I won already. Yeah, I'm good.
Maya.
Because when I put it in again, then I won again.
Thank you.
You're getting money in your bags, right?
Oh, okay, well then I am interested.
Okay.
Now, what do we do with these cards when we're done here?
We give them to Donna. Donna and Brianna are in the lobby. You know what? I'm not sure if it's this lobby. I think it's either this lobby or building R.
These are on. I don't know, look at it.
Yeah.
I've been in here.
It seems so.
Question. My phone is better than a doorbell. Is there a smart charger that someone has? I just have like a regular, it's
No,
a
this,
Google Nexus.
these buildings zap it out of it.
Well, it's like dead, and I'm
It
driving
searches
Carol, so
for-
I don't even have a charger in my car to charge it, because I came with Carol, and it's like dead. She said, Maya.
Well, I'm going to
one of
have a
these happened."
busy
I'm like, well, I'm going to
I do
Maya.
have one, but it's
You know, for iPhones or something.
the one I have is like for older model of iPhones.
Oh,
It's not the same
no,
one.
this is not an iPhone, so.
Sorry.
That's okay, I wish I should just bring one with me all the time, because it's not a problem when I drive, but if I'm with someone else that doesn't have a charger.
drive all the time.
No.
I'll let you drive
No,
all the
you
time.
don't, no, I didn't say that. You also, you have an iPhone, so I can't use yours anyway if you have it.
Remember to put in a ticket.
I don't win, but I'll do it.
Okay.
You never know.
Oh, well, maybe I'll.
So do you have to come to work tomorrow after this long, long day today?
Yes, but I am the only one in the department taking a day off, so I'm the lucky one.
Good girl.
It's my birthday in a couple of days, so I decided to.
I imagine you've been getting ready.
Yeah. All right, so we have.
But they're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I didn't put mine in. I thought I had put mine in.
Well, there's actually 9 because
1,
we
2, 3,
started,
4, 5, 6, 7.
this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
I put mine in and have my ribbon, but I don't have the mark.
I didn't get a lot of
Oh, I
ribbons.
think I picked up that ribbon, a couple on the table.
All right, that's the last one. Woohoo!
Yeah.
So today I want to talk to you about captioning your videos, and this is specifically for the videos that we create. So there are so many tools nowadays, easy tools that we use to create videos. We have a tool in My PHSC that allows you to just click and record the video. Sometimes you don't even need a camera because you have a built-in camera in your laptop. So it's so easy nowadays. Sometimes we just use, or students use their cell phones to create videos. So it's so easy. Sometimes you want to add an announcement and you have your cell phone and you use a My PHSC app, Canvas app, and you just record the video with your cell phone, right? In an announcement. So it's so easy, but we need to remember that even that it's easy, it's very important to make it accessible and to create captions for your videos. It's we required there are both federal and state laws that require community colleges to make all the content that we provide to students, make it accessible. So everything we create, you know, and especially when we create model courses, we want to make sure everything is accessible. So with videos, it's very different. And let me just say again that it's not only for students with disabilities, but when you add captions to your videos, it really is a helpful tool for your other students, because your students might be in a learning club and they might be in a noisy room. So there are background sounds and they can't really hear, you know, the audio. It's really good to have captions so they at least can read the content. They might not have speakers, right? Or they might be on a train or on a bus getting to school. So again, those captions will be helpful. They might need to learn a new technology or new terminology. And again, you know, they can actually read the word and learn the word, and then you pronounce it in the video. And also for students whose first language is now English. So like I know from my experience, it was very helpful, and I still sometimes just keep the captions on because it's easy for me to read and listen at the same time. So what does it mean creating accessible media? So in reality, the ideal way would be to create two ways. You would create synchronized captions that go along with the video. As students watch the video, they have captions right there on the screen. But you also would create a Word document, a transcript that will actually provide a description of the surroundings, of the background music, of all the voices, who is talking, how many people are in the scene, you know, all those details that students who can't see the video would be able to, oh no, I'm sorry, who can't hear, yes, thank you, would be able to get information. So the format when you create the transcript should be either a Word document or a text or a simple text document. And on the slide, and it's also in the course, I have a link to a very good tutorial that will tell you all the tips and the requirements for creating a transcript and creating captions for students with disabilities, for deaf students. And so what we usually suggest is that if you're creating a tutorial, if you're creating just the audio welcoming them to the course, all you need to do, you can choose one. You can either use captions, and if you have a script, it's really easy to add that script to the video, or you would create just a transcript and upload it with the video in the course. So they have also access to the script. They can just have access to that. But you know, it's very hard and it's very time consuming, but there are some very good tools online that you can use to actually caption your videos. And the tools I picked for today's workshop is the YouTube video captioning tool, Mara Vimeo video captioning tool, DatSap, then MacPie and Amara for the MyPHSC video captions. The videos we create inside of the MyPHSC tool. And the easiest, I think, and they improve those tools over the years, YouTube and the Vimeo video captioning tool, Amara. And Amara is a nonprofit organization that it kind of helps. You can create YouTube captions, Vimeo captions, and the same tool we use inside of MyPHSC to caption those videos. So it's a really good tool. So let me talk about the YouTube first. The YouTube tool is a browser-based tool, and it's so easy. It has a timeline that goes with the video. So it kind of gives you on-screen instructions as you do this. You don't have to download anything. It's just online. You go into your YouTube. As you know, YouTube is a part of your Google. So if you have a Google account, you have access to your account, the YouTube account, and it's so linked, and it's so easy to just hit the upload the video that you created, and then start captioning. I'm not showing you the environment because it's just so easy, and Google creates so many tutorials and step-by-step instructions on what you need to do. So if you want to caption a YouTube video, just go to Google, type YouTube captioning, and you're gonna get a list of tutorials. Also, I have links in the course, in the Open TechCon 2015 course with those links. And so you'll be able to, go through the list and see there are various tutorials. Yes?
How long will that website be open?
It's going to be open for a long time.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did you say we have a Google account? You have a YouTube account?
Yes.
Even if I have a Gmail?
If you have a Gmail, it actually has a collection of different apps. You have access to Google Drive. You have access to YouTube. It kind of, you create one account, and that's the account you use for all those services. So yes, very easy and easy to access and upload. And so what you can do with the YouTube videos is many different ways you can create those captions. So the one way is to use their speech to text technology. So it will create your captions for you. So when you upload a video into YouTube, it actually generates a text file. It's not accurate, I have to say. So you'll have to, because it's going to be your content. You can go into that file, into that transcript, and edit it. So you'll have to go through the video, listen to all the words, and at the end I'll show you examples for some of the videos that we have, you'll basically fix the words. If you had a script, or if it's just a clear voice, no background sound, that video probably will be 95% accurate, and you can just go in really quickly, fix a couple of words. If there is a background noise, sometimes YouTube even won't generate that file for you because it can't recognize those words. But if it's not a clear sound, that you might get a very bad transcript, and again, it would be time consuming to go back and edit. So we recommend that you create a script ahead of time. And with the script, it's really easy to upload a script with the video, and then YouTube times it for you, but then you can go back and fix it and adjust it and make sure it's all lines up. There is another way where you can basically just use the editing software and type. And as you listen to the video, YouTube helps you to type it in. So you type it, and when you need to listen again, as you stop typing, it starts playing the video. As you start typing, it's gonna pause the video for you. So it kind of works with you, and it's again really easy. And there are some tips. You have to make sure it's only 2 lines. You don't want to make it longer than 2 lines, and kind of see. Look at the lines and make sure it's easy to read for your students.
Does this video work for like if you made a Jing video?
Yes, because when you make a Jing video, you can save it, and then you can upload that files and do the same thing. Yes. And with short videos like this would be very simple, process. It becomes more difficult when you actually create an hour-long video. Then, it's better to have a script or use a speech-to-text software to get at least something, and then you can go back and edit. So that's that. YouTube. And again, if you need to learn how to do it, they have video tutorials. It's really easy. You watch 1 or 2 videos. They're short, but you get the idea how to do this. So then there is an Amara video, Vimeo video captioning. This is something new for Vimeo. They didn't have any options before, so they are working with Amara now. And when you upload a video into Vimeo, it actually gives you an option to add a file. So if you already have a script, it allows you to upload it. They also have an editor where you can type, and it's also a very friendly interface where you just follow the steps. They also have an extra option to purchase like professional, subtitles, but it's not really necessary because these 2 options are very good. So that's another one. That's up is a very easy. You just upload a video and you share it. And now they start working with YouTube and Vimeo. So if you have videos on YouTube and Vimeo, then you can use their interface to actually caption your YouTube and Vimeo videos. They again have tons of documentation and tutorials on how to do that. They do have a very easy image, and I'll show you. I have a screen capture. This is the interface. So you upload an image, you upload a video, and then it gives you step-by-step instructions. It has links to different resources, tutorials that they have, how to export transcripts, how to, some guidelines you need to follow when you create those. But it basically gives you a timeline, and you can type your text and time it. So again, and then edit. So you basically, this is all you need. You type what you hear, and then you time it and you add it to the timeline. So when your students watch it, they can see it right on the screen. So all of them look very similar. So this is how easy it is. The only thing is that it's time consuming. And, we might not, sometimes don't have time to do this, but again, as a state college, we require to caption our content. MacPie, it's a Windows application. So you actually download it. And this is good. There is a little learning curve. It's not as, I find it not as easy. And but they do have all the tutorials and the documentation that you would need. But this is good for like a QuickTime, Windows Media Player, Flash, files that you have on your desktop and your documents, you can just install this software, upload a file, and transcribe this. And they started also recently working with YouTube videos. So if you want to caption your YouTube video, they also support that now. Okay, and so the next one is my favorite one. Let me just check the time really quickly. So you know how easy it is to add a video to a course, to an announcement, to a discussion. You basically create a page or go, to any place where you have the rich content editor. You click on this little movie strip icon, and you create a video. You can also upload a video. And so when you do this, it takes a while for Canvas to process it and to convert it into its own format. So you kind of embed that video on the page, which is wonderful because your students usually don't have any issues opening it up and watching it. But after you do this, there is an option now to create captions or add captions to those videos. So this is what you get when you upload a video into Canvas, right? After a few minutes, it will generate this icon for them to click play and they can view it. But now there is a CC icon. And so what it allows you to do is when you click this icon, it gives this window, subtitle creation tool, they call it. And so basically what they do, they generate a video link for you. So you just copy this link and you go to the subtitle creation tool. And subtitle creation tool is Amara. So it's basically taking you to Amara side, but it's not just taking you, it's giving you those steps, so steps to follow. So you click on the link and it takes you to the Amara. It's kind of a first step you do on their website. You paste this link into their site, and then the next step, you get the Amara interface. And so the thing is with that service, it's a good idea to create an account with them, because when you create an account and you caption those videos, it's it remembers your history, so you can go back and make changes and edit captions, and it stays there. So it's a good idea. They recommend that you create an account. So you go into the Amara, and no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back. And you're gonna go back to the Amara, and this interface, as you can see, is so easy to follow. They tell you basically what you need to do. This is how to start making subtitles, and it creates like this little, timeline, easy interface for you to follow. And since you enter that URL to the video, it finds that video, so it embeds it right on the page. So you can listen as you type, and you can create those captions. And when you're done, you can, there is a way. So number 2, you use the keyboard controls. So you can tab it or shift and tab. So it gives you, how to stop, how to skip. And then it also, there is a link to get to the guidelines to see what's the right way to do captions. And then you save it. You sync timing, you save it, you download it. And so what's the next step you do? You save it to your desktop as a file. And then you go back to Canvas, and there is a place, to upload, to find your file on a desktop and upload. And as you upload it into Canvas, it syncs, and it's right there. So when your students click CC on the video, they can view the captions right there on the video. So it's a really easy tool. I have a link. So when you go to the open course, there is a link to the Canvas guides with the tutorial, step-by-step tutorial on how to do this in My PHSC. So very useful and helpful information. Again, I'm not showing you step-by-step how to do this. There are resources online. It's just time consuming. You know, we do have all these easy ways to create video. There is no easy way just yet to add captions. So my recommendation would be my recommendation would be to just create a script ahead of time. That's the best and the quickest way, because when you have a script and a video, it's really easy. It takes a few minutes to, you know, synchronize it together. Do you have any questions? And actually, you know, let me show you a couple of examples. We have a few more minutes. So I have 3 examples, and one example is the right way. You know, we had the script, we created a video, and then we synced both video and the script together, and we timed it. So let me show you. This is our TechCon, a short preview and advertisement for the TechCon.
We are excited to present to you our 2nd annual Student Technology Conference, TechCon 2015.
So as you can see,
PHSC
we just used the script, so it was easy.
Various technologies and learn strategies to be successful in the classroom and beyond. Last year we had.
So I'm gonna stop, but what I wanna show you is we use Vimeo, and it's you know, from our model courses, we make sure we create those captions. However, sometimes when we create quick videos, we just don't have time sometimes. Sometimes we just don't pay attention to this. I know it's our fault, we're guilty of that, but that will happen. So I'll show you what YouTube does with those videos. So the first one wasn't, half of it wasn't script, and I think the other one was, but it was a clear, speech. So YouTube were able to pick it up, and but there are minor mistakes. So it will take a few minutes, to go back and fix those words. So let me show you those examples. What happened? Sorry, subtitles.
So you use math to calculate the percentage of meals, input to output as far as when they drink, how much they drink. If they have a catheter, you want to know how to be able to measure that.
Many math requirements in terms of some of the daily responsibilities. Students are responsible for weight measurements and measuring patients for height.
So we did have a script, but we didn't have time to upload the script. So Google were able to pick it up, most of it, and create this file for us.
You need to use math in calculating their meal intake. You use calculations every day.
Yeah. So see, but it's good, but because it only will take a few minutes to go back and fix a few words. And then I have this one. Is it me?
I'm Carolyn. It's Lisa.
Oh my goodness, scared me. Okay, so let's see right here. Make it full screen.
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome to our anatomy and physiology lecture for today. Obviously, I'm roughing it, but you as studious students still have to do your homework. So therefore, we're recording the lecture today at the beautiful beach. Garçon, can I get another drink?
And that was just the introduction, so you can see that it's just coded.
Welcome to our
And this
lecture
one is
for chapter
script, so
12.
she's
We're going
reading.
to cover about half of chapter 12 today. So chapter 12 is about the CNS, which we've already learned is the central nervous system. So the central nervous system, or CNS, is composed of your brain and your spinal cord.
So you can see that this part is better just because, you know, she's reading and it's just Google picks it up like that.
But keep in mind that both the brain and the spinal cord are important components of the central nervous system.
Yeah.
So you're saying that we should not put a video out there unless we have the transcript?
You know, sometimes when you create, each semester you create a welcome video, let's say, or you create a short, you have questions from students and you create a little jing video for them to explain, you know, the concept or, you know, what they need to do. You know, you don't have to, because it's just, you know, you don't have students with disabilities in your class. It's just for this one semester. So it's probably okay. But if it's something that you create and you're gonna reuse semester after semester, it's a good idea to do this. And I explained the reasons, and you know, we also required to do this. So yes, I would say yes.
Yeah, because I put videos out there all the time that, you know, that I just quickly do, but I wouldn't be able to quickly do them if I had to do the transcript. Because see, a lot of the stuff I do, I don't have a transcript. It's like PowerPoint, and like I'm standing up there in front of the class and I'm speaking, and I don't have every single word I'm saying written down. You know,
Did you video it?
Do I video it?
Because you can use text, voice to text printing, and where you could actually get a transcript out of it using either Dragon Speak or one of the other.
Well, and it would work with what she's saying when you put it up to YouTube, but see, still you have to go in and you have to make the corrections. With Dragon, you would probably have to make the corrections.
Make some, yeah. It depends, like.
It'll still take extra time.
It's still gonna take time, yeah.
But
Yeah,
it seems like we really wouldn't get in trouble unless we had students that were disabled in our classes. Then we have to go back. Like, I've had to go back and do something special for a student that's visually impaired. And so, you know, then I'm doing that on a case-by-case basis with him. So anyway, I bet a whole bunch of us are out there just putting it out there.
And we do a work, you know, we work on helping faculties create long lectures. They record their lectures, and we don't really have a way to create transcripts and captions because it will take us weeks to do it. So we just, again, you know, in cases where they will have a student with disabilities, faculty won't use it that semester, you know, but you know, it's a resource for other students to use. So there are some considerations, you know, you create a video, and then if you do have a student with disabilities, you definitely can't use it that semester in the class.
Because, well, see, like with our CGS 1100 class, all of that is visual. And it's on the computer, and there's some videos, and there's some things that they're doing, and it's not captioned.
Yes, it is. In SAM, everything's captioned.
Yeah, the videos captions. Videos, you're right, yes.
Yeah.
And there are some also like bubbles that as you do things, it gives you like
what it was
steps.
then, it was not the other direction then.
It was the videos maybe on.
It was the, because I have, in that course, I have a student that's visual, and we've had an issue with the visual part. So I guess it was the other way I'm thinking of.
The first release when we started last fall with Sam, I think they did have a caveat that it was not ADA compliant yet.
Well, it's
They were
still,
folding
it's
stuff.
still not for visual impaired, because I'm working with the visual impaired, and it's not.
It's not compliant for some of the normal visuals, some of that's too small.
It is.
Yeah.
But it does have, the operating systems on all the computers that have Windows 7, Windows 8 have an actual visual component to them where they can magnify the screen so that they can see it in a larger perspective. It is inside the operating system on every computer here, so they could implement that. It's called
You can't
ease
do
of
it with the
use.
training though.
You can do it with anything that's on the screen. It's called ease of use.
Well, I'll show you, I'll tell you about it. There's a part that we can, that's called, we've had big meetings about everything.
But with the screen on
The trainings and the simulations, there's no way to make it bigger. On
You
the,
go, it's like having a magnifying glass and wherever your pointer is on the screen makes it bigger.
in the simulations.
On anything that's showing on the screen from the operating system. So
That's not from the
no, it works, it's in the operating system. So if you're online and you're on, say, a YouTube video, right? And there's something in the YouTube video that's showing you the
You have to show me on the trainings, if that works on the
Yeah.
training, you'll have to show me, because tech help doesn't know,
Stop in my office.
Karen doesn't know, none of the other people know.
Whatever's on the screen, it makes it bigger.
Do you have any other questions?
No.
Okay, it's been a long day.
It has.
I'll let someone.
Okay. Sarah? Sarah?
Oh,
yeah. You are the proud winner of Advanced Studies. Thank you so much. Yes.
Can we go back in another room?
No, you gotta go get the. No. Is that it, Maya?
Are we just done and we go?
I think there may be some things up front, so if you just wanna go through the lobby to see what. I'm sorry,
I think that's it.
I have something on my schedule, but I'm not sure if that's final for us.
Stop in,
Thank you. Thank you.
Who do we give these cards to?
Sit back. I don't know, I guess they'll pick them up.
There is Dana and Brianna should be up front too.